right. So I don't know how many times I've done this, but maybe I'll get through it this time. Welcome. Welcome to Looking for Moms, a Mothership actual play. The stars are dead gods. A bit of content warning before you continue. Mothership is a sci-fi horror game for mature audiences. It contains violence, foul language, some sexual content, potential drug use, and depictions of mental stress, trauma, and panic that may not be suited for all audiences. You should consider that content before continuing. And I invite you to check out the other great content from the GMs of Looking for Mom on our Discord server. GM Andrew has a great Humberwood campaign and is starting a Replicant Rebellion Blade Runner campaign. GM Beginner has a slew of videos of his Pirate Board campaign. GM Sid runs a fantastic Brindlewood Bay campaign and is starting a Riley Watch short. GM Maia runs a superb Pinehurst Academy using the City of Mist rules and a new Electric States podcast. Hopefully I'll see you there. But let's get started with Mothership, The Stars Are Dead Gods, with Echo playing the Marine Harm, Dr. No Hands playing the Teamster Erik Collins, Aaron B., the Android Max, and Landshark, the Marine Ace. I hope you enjoy the gaming. So what I'll do is a recap first, and then we'll get started. The group came together. They knew each other in some fashion. Either they were looking for jobs or freelancers, but they happened to be on a asteroid, a chalk white asteroid refueling station called Albino Gorilla. And they had to flee an outbreak of Bleeder's Plague on this refueling asteroid. And they stole upon a decrepit freighter and ultimately commandeered it as the captain did not appear. And the recently renamed AI, Mr. Tim, lit off shore drives to move the ship towards a hyperspace lane. And the ship's name is the Bishop's Gambit. And the newly renamed ship's AI, Mr. Tim, essentially thinks that everyone is in charge and co-captains. And you find yourself in the position of something you probably would never have thought was possible, that you have freedom, like you have a ship. Mr. Tim lights off the shore drives, and you know you have to flee because the quarantine fleet is going to come. And if they catch you, essentially you're going to be left on the refueling station until Bleeder's Plague runs its course, and the likelihood of survival is low. The prior captain, Captain Alexandria, had accepted 2 jobs to try and make credits needed for repairs on the Gambit because it's a pretty beaten up freighter. And the company had to choose between 2 destinations that were already loaded into trajectory buffers because there wasn't really time to choose anything else. Finding themselves suddenly free and co-owners of this actual ship, albeit in need of significant repairs, the company decided to choose a jump to a destination in which the payout could be huge, but the danger to match. An artifact site, secure and recover job, essentially. And they hastily strip down, or at least all the humans do, and load up into their cryo chambers as Bishop's Gambit enters hyperspace, and the cold of cryo takes them to sleep. Anyone have any questions about that?
Not that I can think of.
Good here.
So we're looking at the Bishop's Gambit as it's shuttling through hyperspace. It's a camera view. The Gambit is this dark gray smudge on the substance of a darker hyperspace because it has no exterior lighting. The exterior lighting has been inoperable for some time and hasn't been repaired yet. The camera, as the Gambit transits hyperspace is this thick kind of substance, and it leaves these long ribbon-like contrails behind him that has this dark iridescence. And out of the deep dark of hyperspace, this huge kind of monstrous form detaches from within and grabs at those tendrils and then caresses them, almost following them like they're aligned towards this next meal. the camera kind of shudders and ducks in through the hole of the Bishop's Gambit because a crack in the hole, its hole doesn't have the greatest integrity, and it dives in through one of the rents and fissures in the exterior of the Gambit's hull, and it squeaks past a poorly slapped on inappropriate repair and enters the hallway just over the aft cargo bays and forward of the drive chamber. It moves up through this passageway and over the walkway over the two aft cargo bays, and there's wiring hanging down from the ceiling. There's control panels that are open or missing. It goes past an airlock door that's slightly askew on its hinges, and the knife edge that it's supposed to close against is rounded and worn, and the likelihood that it could close completely and prevent disaster if there is a hull breach is highly unlikely. It pauses there for a minute, and it pans down, and you see a body. It's the android Max. He lays on the ground. His eyes are open, and his pupils are fixed at the mid-distance, kind of the starting diameter of what would happen when he boots back up. He's unmoving, unbreathing, inhumanly shut down and offline. There's overhead wires exposed above him like worms in rich dirt, and the bulkheads are battered. The camera kind of swings and continues down that hallway, and it rounds into the next section, which is the cryo chambers. There's orange flashing lights that are on the periphery of the ceiling. And Mr. Tim, the recently renamed AI, announces to nobody just because exiting hyperspace, surfacing procedure ending, and the three lids of cryo chambers open with a hiss and a pop. Two of them open completely, and the cryo chambers rotate a little bit down to allow the occupants to get out. But one lid only opens about a finger width, 3 or 4 finger widths wide before it shutters and stops. The voice of Mr. Tim is oddly human, which isn't very common for a ship's AI. There's no reason to waste resources or emotional module as opposed to an android like Max. But Mr. Tim's voice has this smooth cadence that is unlike tech. And what I would like all you to do is to roll a body save.
Let's see. Body. And that's a D100?
Yep. So if you click on your character sheets,
it's just a straight body save.
Yeah, it's just a straight body save over. You could click on body, and it should roll it for you.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
I'll click on body.
Yeah, click on body just on the right-hand side.
But did you want these all to be private?
No, they don't have to be private. Can you see them or no?
Yes.
I can see mine.
Okay.
I can see theirs.
So go down to the right and make sure your setting is set to public role on the bottom of the chat channel. So,
do you want me to roll again?
No, I just read them off. Ace Dela Cruz, Marine, failed his body save, rolling a 57. And Harm, his compatriot, failed her body save at 72. And Erik Collins failed his body save at 48.
Oh, we're doing great.
Right. Erik Collins, you're in one of the cryo chambers that opens completely, and it rotates down a little bit. You're feeling the effects of cryo sleep. And for mechanics, for you to know, is cryo sickness is something that takes about a week to get rid of unless you use a stim pack, and it puts you at disadvantage for all rolls until that week is up. So you are in this as your cryo chamber opens, describe what Erik looks like.
Erik has like a short, like kind of unkempt, curly hair. He has like big, wide, like saucer plate eyes. He looks like this is standard like face. He looks like a deer in the headlights. Uh, um, he's really really tall and like lanky. Um, and he moves in 0G like a fish, but is a lot less graceful, under thrust or like in gravity. And yeah, he's just tall and lanky, and very open faced as far as his eyes.
So Erik, are you union? Do you owe to a trade master or a system chapter, or are you
Um,
freelance?
Freelance. He was trained by his father.
You've never been union then, just always on your own.
Yep.
What job do you regret not getting right?
The job that landed me on the job that landed me in a escape pod in the middle of the abyss. Uh, you know, hearing
Maybe that's how
whispers from the corners of the escape pod.
maybe that's how you ended up on the albino gorilla.
Yeah.
Your pod was collected luckily, because usually they just leave it drift. Why
Yep.
take another mouth to feed? And you were luckily picked up. You roll out of that with cryo sickness. What does it look like for Erik Collins when he's cryo sick? You know that you have a stim pack in the first drawer, and you've packed your clothes, and like the cryopods are sitting on like a dresser of 3 drawers. In the top thin drawer, there's a stim pack, and in the bottom drawers are your clothes that you packed away as you entered.
Let's see, Erik. You can see like thin blue lines of like his veins, like I don't know, reactivating, like his body functioning now, getting full oxygen back in the blood, leaving cryo sleep, and you just see that, and he's like taking deep, like shuddering breaths. Definitely falls to his knees. Are we under thrust, or like
You're still you are exiting hyperspace, so
Okay.
you're still probably under thrust.
Yeah.
The ship is downcycled or exiting downcycle.
Mhm.
When a
Uh,
ship
so,
is when a ship is downcycled, it lowers the oxygen tension and temperature, but it's rapidly increased as
mm,
fleshborn
yeah.
or Max doesn't need that sort of thing, but you all do. Do you,
So yeah, he like starts like trying to massage like all the cramps out of his muscles, like rolls around on the floor until he like gets his wits about him and like goes to reach for the stim pack.
okay. Ace, you're luckily your cryo chamber opens completely. Now, Marines are used to being in cryo sleep. You and Harm know each other in some fashion. Most Marines are corporate owned, but there's a very rare few planetary units. I'm just curious, which of them are you? Have you been corporate, or were you some obscure planetary trained Marine?
I think Ace is corporate.
Okay. And I'm just curious, personally, were you discharged from the service? Are you on the reserves? Do they still own you? Are you separated for cause, or maybe honorable or dishonorable for reasons of your own?
Yeah, let's go with he still has corporate ties.
You're just
Disgruntled worker, if you will.
you're just on reserve status for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you roll out of your cryopod, having done this many, many times as a corporate Marine, understanding that, corporate Marine ships are generally maintained far greater for Marines. Their mechanics are kept up to date. People are held accountable if things don't work right. As you roll out, what does Ace look like?
So, Ace is a well groomed, trimmed kind of person. You know, he takes care of how he appears to others. So he spends a lot of time, making sure he's aesthetically pleasing, um, uh, in every shape and form. He's a crowd pleaser, people pleaser.
Does he even show that he's cryosick, or does he just, swallow it down?
He swallows it down. And in fact, he does show a little bravado. He kind of rolls over. Uh, 5 more minutes. I just need 5 minutes.
Your top drawer has a stim pack or two, and each stim pack has 5 doses. Your clothes are, in the second, third drawers. Your equipment are in lockers, against the side. You see this orange flashing light, and you look over, and the other cryopod's lid is shuttered and is only open about this much. Now, Harm, you're in this cryopod, and your eyes kind of flutter open. You realize you own a ship, or you're a co-captain somehow as a Marine. That's the last thing you remember, really. What does Harm think about that, being a ship owner?
So basically what Harm thinks about that is he is a little unsure about the whole thing, but he wants to do right by, like, the people he's on the ship with now and do right by the ship as well. So
how closely connected are you to Ace? You're connected in some fashion, but is it a chance connection? You're both Marines and happen to be stranded on that rock you had to flee from, or do you have a longer involvement?
Harm was also a corporate Marine, but he was discharged.
Honorably, or was there some other admin separate for other reasons?
It's under the guise of honorable discharge, but there were dubious means behind it, so no
Right.
one truly knows.
Well, what happens is they admin sept you and you sneak out without anything marked on your record.
Yeah.
Dishonorable discharge, you probably couldn't get a job, but somehow, they let you go. Maybe you have some decorations and they made it happen. Admin sept you for cause undetermined. You're in that cryo chamber. You have straps across your upper legs and upper arms, and then you realize you're stuck. The straps start to tighten as the cryo chamber malfunctions. If you can roll me a d6, please, and a fear save. D6 at the bottom.
Yep. And the fear save.
Yeah, and a fear save.
Come on, roll that.
Right. And then you can go to your character sheet if you click on it, and there you go.
There we go.
All right.
Like, for a second.
So what happens? You're stuck in this cryo chamber. The straps are getting tighter and tighter. You have like 2 rounds to get out before you suffer permanent damage. What does Harm do? How does he exhibit that fear?
It's, for him, it's more of like him trying to like fight down like his first reaction of like trying to like fight against like the straps or whatever that are holding him down, and just being like, a little help here, please.
Sure, you yell out. Do you try to free yourself from your straps? You struggle against them, I expect. Make a strength check. let's see. I don't know if any of your skills, or look over your skills to kind of, maybe military training. Oh, with athletics, make a strength check with athletics and see if you can kind of free your arms to help. Oh, there you go. So
Being
you
hurt with the skills.
right, you break free. Your arms slam into the roof of your cryopod. You start yelling out. Erik Collins and Ace, got your stim pack in your hand. You're a bit wobbly, even if Ace isn't showing it. He's trying to hide it a little bit, and you hear this muffled, yell for help and shuddering of the cryo lid to Harm's cryo chamber. What do you two do?
Does he free himself?
No, he just freed
Okay.
himself from the straps.
I immediately inject myself.
Okay, so Erik Collins ejects himself this round. What does Ace do?
I think he would just get up and go over there like, Hurt got himself in trouble again. Stuck in the cryo chamber. And kind of just walk over there and try to like see what he can do.
You're gonna try to help her out first. This first round.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go straight to helping him out.
All right. So for Erik, you use the stim pack, and if you go to your items, you see stim pack, and you can kind of click on that written button. You kind of see what it does for you. It restores 1d10 health, which you don't need, and it grants you advantage in all rolls for 1d10 minutes. And then you can use stim packs multiple times, but each time you use it, you have to roll 1d10. And if you roll under the number of times you roll, you got to roll a death save. Now, what I decided to do is just tweak that roll just a little bit, because a death save means you're probably dead. So the way I tweak that roll is if you fail your death save the first time, you're just at disadvantage for everything you do afterwards. If you do another stim pack and you fail that roll again, then you have a death save. You don't have to roll at the moment, but you can roll 1d10 for 1d10 minutes to see how long your advantage lasts.
Gotcha. 1d10. Okay.
So
8 minutes.
8 minutes. So you hit yourself with that stim pack to start. You see Ace doesn't even grab his stim pack out of his drawer. He goes towards the broken or malfunctioning cryo unit that still has Harm in it, and maybe grabs the edge of that Ace to try to yank it open.
Yeah.
So
I
here's
figure we've been doing these cryo coffins enough, right? So we should know a little bit about how it works.
Sure. Do you have any skills that might help?
I would think military training, if we have to like go through cryo sleep often.
Okay.
I would figure that would be part of like some kind of indoctrination.
All right. So what I would have you do to help Harm out, because Harm's going to have to roll to try to get out, is you are still cryo sick because you didn't hit yourself with the stim pack this round. Probably realizing that Harm needs to get out quickly, otherwise bad things are going to happen. And military training, you know that there's a safety pin, tucked underneath it that you could just pull to try to help open the coffin. And so what I would have you do is roll strength with military training, but at disadvantage because you're still cryo sick. See if you get that pin out and give. What happens? How does it fail, Axe?
So I think because he's still cryo sleep, he doesn't quite remember where it is, and he's kind of like fumbling around like the tops and the bottoms of like, I know it's fucking around here somewhere.
You're pulling at things like
Yeah.
bolts and stuff, and you can't really find it. You're pissed off. You're still naked.
In fact, he might be pissed. He's like, "Damn it, Hurt! I told you I needed 5 more minutes."
Yeah, Harm, you're inside the cryo chamber. You hear the muffled voice of Axe yelling at you, but he gives you no help as you get out, and the straps get tighter and tighter. You need to try to bust out this round. You're also cryo sick, and you need to. How would you try to do that? You got your arms free, but your eggs are still battened down, and the straps now are so tight they're starting to crush the muscles of your thighs. Your feet are going tingly and numb because it's cutting off the vascular flow from your iliac artery and vein. What does Harm do?
He tries to kind of like twist, like kind of pretzel-like, and like try to yank the straps out of the area.
You try to like position your body where you put so much pressure, maybe they're gonna pop free, break the straps themselves from their bindings of some nature. You're cryosick. You got no help from your partner Axe, who's fumbling around underneath the cryo chamber. So in order to do that, you have to make a strength check at disadvantage.
This is not gonna go well for me.
Right.
God damn it. Okay.
So you try to pretzel your legs, and it's just so tight you could barely turn over on your right hip. You get this lancinating pain as your lateral collateral ligaments of your one knee is kind of torqued. You feel it pull pressure on your bones. You take 2 health damage this round. Erik Collins, you jab the stim pack in your side, and you feel a flood of energy and adrenaline and endorphins, and your heart rate goes a little bit faster. Your breathing comes a little bit quicker. You actually warm up a little bit. You see Axe fumbling around underneath the cryo chamber of Harm. You could probably hear Harm inside grunting and yelling and maybe a catch of breath as the straps torque his legs. What does Erik Collins do?
So I've got, I'm expertly trained in mechanical repair. I might not be trained to repair stuff like this, but everything's built the same, especially in space. I'm assuming there's a lot of equipment that basically, if you pull this out of this, you can plop it in that, that type of,
Sure.
Can I
mechanical
help him with
jewelry
that?
rigging. I definitely want to. Do you? I
Yeah,
asked.
can I get like, hey, there's a thing here. There's like a pin somewhere. I can't fucking remember where it is. Just help me find it.
I say, just be careful. This anything you touch, you're liable to break it worse than it already was. And I lean over to where Erik is looking, and I try to use my knowledge of like how things should be laid out to find that pin.
Sure. You just use a stim pack.
Yeah.
You can use your expert, and I think it would be more of an intellect role for Erik Collins. Like he's thinking through this, using his intellect, and you also get advantage on that roll having used your stim pack, and it's within the 8 minutes. So make a intellect with your skill roll at advantage.
So I can use mechanical repair.
Right, mechanical repair.
At advantage. Here we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does it look like? An almost crazy success.
I run over there and I kind of shove Ace out of the way as politely as I can, given that someone suffocating in there. And I reach down, and I'm assuming it's like just out of the way. I'm assuming Ace just couldn't find it because he's looking in the wrong spot probably. And I like move closer
right.
to where the mechanism most likely is, and I pull the pin as hard as I can. I'm assuming I like kind of fall backwards holding it.
Right, you reach in there and you find it's like on this little D-ring. Who knows how Ace missed it, but he did.
It says like pull here.
Right. You just got a
It's
little
big and yellow.
got a little tag on it that says for emergency use only. You pop that out, and then all of a sudden, Harm is strapped around your legs. Immediately loosen the cryo chamber's lid pops open, and it rotates down. You look up and you see Ace and Erik Collins standing over you. What does Harm look like as they look down at you? Bruised thighs, one right knee is swelling a little bit.
So Harm looks like what you would kind of expect like a retired cop to look like almost, but like at like middle age. He has like short hair and like that like kind of like I want to say like detective scruff that you like see when a detective hasn't like slept in like 3 weeks on a case.
Yeah, Ace. Do you still keep a clean shaven face?
I do.
You do, like smooth, like
Yeah,
glistening.
before I
smooth.
went into cryo sleep, I'm like, make sure.
Right.
Make sure.
Okay.
All right, get my beauty sleep. So like, how does it just dump Harm out?
Well, what happens is the cryo chamber lid pops, poof, but then it rotates a little bit so that it's easier for you to get out when you have cryo sickness. Otherwise, you're like climbing over it, so you don't come crashing to the ground. So it kind of just rotates a little bit, so it's easier to get out, and you kind of swing your legs over and put your feet down on the floor before you fall and break some teeth. And that's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah. I think you'd be sort of elated for, say, averting, a near mishap. You'd be like, woo! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and kind of like reach out to her, like, slap some five with Erik.
I like reluctantly do it. Eric's not big on like physical contact. Yeah,
he'll take what he can get. He'll take what he grabs you, like pulls you, like that's what I'm talking about. Woo!
I hope this isn't
It's like,
an
wake up,
indicator.
princess. It's time to go.
Good job.
So you three waken. I assume you put your clothes back on, get your gear. It's oddly quiet. Max the android is nowhere to be seen, and there's just yellow flashing light, orange flashing lights, like two of them on either side, like you would see when there's need to egress a ship quickly, but they're just kind of warning lights. Mr. Tim's voice floats from overhead speaker. We have exited hyperspace and entered a Gesta system, transiting to Tau Sigma 7, arrival in 45 minutes. What does the company do?
I ask Mr. Tim to do like a full like systems check, if he can.
Yes, Captain Erik Collins. System check complete. All systems are operable.
Are you sure about that, Eric, Mr. Tim?
I'm 98.89% positive.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
It's the flashing lights.
Oh, I just like the color. And he turns them off, like they stop.
I say sure, and I go over to check the nearest like panel that I can glean any information from.
Does Erik like laugh out loud?
He laughs nervously.
Yeah, I think Mr. Tim goes, maybe this hasn't been a loss. I am learning humor. Too bad Android Max is no longer awake. He would be surprised. Go ahead.
What's wrong? What happened to Max?
The android Max, Captain Max, had an altercation with wiring and is presently inoperable. He is shut down for repairs and is expected he won't revive for another 3 months. They're finicky that way. He's been toasted.
I look over to Ace and Harm and I say, is this normal for Max?
I don't know. I don't know anything about androids.
Neither do I.
Well, Erik Collins may know with his mechanical engineering. He might know that a surge could put an android into recovery mode. He may not know how to awaken him.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, the android Max is inoperable. What does Harm do as go ahead?
Isn't that what you do when your computer doesn't work? You just turn it off and on again?
Mostly yes.
So I guess that's normal.
Well, we should probably, I don't know, tuck him in at some point.
Sure. You don't know. Mr. Tim would probably tell you he's in the aft transitway over the aft cargo holds. Presently, he is in no danger. What does Harm do as everyone's getting ready?
He'll finish getting ready and be like, "Thank you for the information, Tim." Like, trying to be polite, but not entirely sure how to like approach the AI. Really.
Yeah, normally AIs aren't so jovial, or they don't have as much personality. It probably throws most everyone off. Ship AIs are pretty dry, mechanical voice. Mr. Tim, you would all, I think, get a sense that it's odd, but you haven't necessarily been around. You're just waking up from being put into cryo, from fleeing the refueling asteroid. I will put up I'm just going to show you the ship and kind of orientate you a little bit. So you're here in this center section, and that's where cryo is. You can kind of see the legend, really. You're just forward of the two smaller aft cargo holds, and just after the huge cargo hold, there's a transient way that goes over the top of it, maybe 10 feet in the air over it. And then through the other sections of the ship, there's obviously a number of airlocks, command modules way up front where the pilot house is, or where the ship drivers live, and cryo chambers. You have life support and a number of other structures, but there's a transit way that leads all the way to the pilot house that has the only really viewport of your surroundings. Aft is where the fission reactor, or the reactor, and that's mainly the ship has two kind of airlocks up forward of the main cargo bay. What would the party do as they awake, knowing they're here to secure an artifact site and investigate and perhaps recover something worth a lot of money?
I would like to get more details about what exactly we're here to do. Like, is there an idea of what we're going down to the planet to get? Like what it looks like, or is it large? Sure. Is it small?
So do you ask Mr. Tim then for information, I would expect?
Yeah.
He says, Captain Harm, Captain Ace, if you will join me in the pilot house, I will talk to you on your way and provide you with information about Tau Sigma 7 as we go.
All right.
So
sounds good to me.
All right. You put on your gear. You probably don't need all your gear. I don't expect you're going to take your weapons to the ship. But you get dressed, put on your gear, and you go forward along just a one route transit way walking through each of those. You walk over kind of the main cargo bay. You're kind of up on the roof, like the transit way is like this metal stair or path that's rickety. You probably hold on now and then because you realize the whole ship seems like it's falling apart. Nothing is really safe, and you go through the huge cargo bay and look down there, and it's just dark, really. Like there's no lights on down there, but you can feel the space underneath you is huge. And you transit the main cargo bay, go through some of the other modules that help the ship function, and there's a 4 or 5 step metal ladder leading up to the pilot house. Along the way, Mr. Tim's voice follows you like a ghost through these tiny little metal speakers that are here and there. Sometimes you lose him a little bit, like he fades in and out. If you're too far between speakers, you just hear him yap at you about Tau Sigma 7. He tells you that you're in the planetary system Gesta cloud, and Tau Sigma 7 is a small planet. Its atmosphere is 0.8 standard. It has reasonable oxygen tension suitable for survival. Its atmospheric oxygen is just slightly thin but breathable. It has a trace minor concentration of NH3 or ammonia. Its nominal temperature is 40 degrees Fahrenheit or 4.5 degrees Celsius, and its gravity is 0.85 standard. You come to the steps leading up in the pilot house, and you smell bread. Who's
Is
in
that
the lead?
food I smell?
Mr. Tim says, Captain Ace, have you been cooking? I did not notice that any food has been prepared in the galley. All those systems are operable, but I do not see that they have been powered on.
And it distinctively smells like bread?
Yeah, like coming down the stairs from the pilot house. The pilot house is the far forward chamber where the ship drivers sit if needed to essentially drive the ship. But it smells like bread. You can smell it, like this faint odor of warm cooked bread.
Well, my stomach's telling me it's food. It smells like bread.
What do you do?
I'm gonna go towards it.
So Captain Axe goes up the 3 or 4 metal steps to the pilot house, and the rest of the crew follows. Captain Harm, Captain Erik Collins, and Axe, as you enter the pilot house, it's this small area. You can see the console in front of you. There's like a pilot chair. There's flashing blue and red and green lights everywhere. And to the side of the pilot's chair is a plastic container, looks like a half liter of milk and half a loaf of bread.
Not rotten. Looks pretty fresh.
Yeah, it looks like it. Like white rye.
I say, I don't think we should touch that.
Well, why not? It
'Cause
smells fine.
We don't know where it came from.
I mean, it could have came from what's the android, right? They gotta eat too.
Mr. Tim, when was Max incapacitated?
Roughly 3 days and 88 hours ago.
I turn to Ace and Harm and I say, does this look 3 days old? Does it smell 3 days old?
No, it smells great.
He's a Marine. Captain Axe, what do you do as you see that bread and looks like milk?
I think you do the milk sniff test.
Okay, you put your nose over this plastic container of milk and you sniff it, and it's obviously sour, like curdled, like
Okay.
pungent kind of spicy sour.
All right, Eric. I think you have a point. Let's not go crying over spilled milk or rotten milk, for that matter.
Androids don't eat.
I don't think Ace knows that.
Okay, good to go. As the group comes into the pilot house, the hyperspace blast doors over the viewport, which is in front, like this little slit of viewport, opens, and it just grates open because the whole ship is almost falling apart, and it grates kind of open. All you see really is this huge gas giant at first that nearly takes up the whole viewport. And then you recognize there's this tiny little planet that looks reddish right near it. I'm going to show you a picture of it. So the blast doors grate open. You see this huge kind of gas giant, and then a small little reddish planet that you come to orbit around. And Mr. Tim, just as you kind of slow down, Erik Collins probably feels it first because he's much more sensitive to gravity and changes in pattern. Like you could feel the ship decelerate, Erik, and Mr. Tim just at that time says, in orbit around Tau Sigma 7. Beacon acquired. It is on the southern side.
Okay. Erik reiterates, remember, we're not eating the bread. I guess Max made it for us, but I think he made it a bit early. And he goes to prep his gear, make sure he's got everything he needs, and he also is going to take the time to go check the shuttle. I'm assuming because this isn't like a ship that lands, right?
I don't think the freighters.
I don't trust it to enter atmosphere. It's gonna fall apart.
Erik Collins, you're in the pilot house. You're looking down on this tiny little planet that you're now in orbit over. You realize this Tau Sigma 7. This ship isn't landing anywhere. It's built in space, never leaves space itself. I assume you asked Mr. Tim if there's a shuttle?
Oh, yeah, because we just ran on here and went across the there is a shuttle, right, Mr. Tim?
Yes, Captain Erik Collins. Captain Alexandria had a shuttle attached to the Bishop's Gambit. It is on the other side of the second airlock. The Spider Shuttle can seat 5 or 6, and if you wish to cram without using harnesses, it can probably take 8 or 10.
Spider Shuttle.
A Spider Shuttle, Erik would know, is this tiny little pod. Mm-hmm. And the reason it's called a Spider Shuttle, it has these 6 retractable kind of legs underneath it. And when it lands, it kind of opens up those legs like a beetle, and lands on those 6 legs. Freighters like this don't normally have shuttles. And somehow Captain Alexandria has probably jackneyed a shuttle to one of the air logs.
I asked Mr. Tim to give me a status report of the integrity of the Spider.
Mr. Tim pauses for a minute and says, Captain Erik Collins, the Spider Shuttle is in perfect order, just as the Bishop's Gambit. There are no problems, and it is maneuverable.
Erik is definitely going to be doing a all points check as much as he can when he gets a chance on the shuttle.
So the company is planning to gear up, enter the shuttle, and go planetside to the beacon. There's a beacon, really, at the site that Mr. Tim has locked onto. He says there are communicators, personal communicators you can communicate with each other in case you get separated, which I would not necessarily recommend on a foreign and unknown planet. But the Spider Shuttle is ready for detachment or deployment planetside.
Before we head out, we should probably go check on our buddy who's taking a nap in the aft.
Okay. So, Axe, you're going to go check on the android Max, and Erik Collins, you're going to get your gear and maybe check out the shuttle.
Yes.
Captain
I'll stop by
Harm.
the cryo chamber and pick up the stim packs that I left.
Okay.
If we're going to be going down.
Mr. Tim, as Captain Axe and Captain Erik Collins makes a plan. Mr. Tim says, Captain Harm, shall I initiate corporate expeditionary safety protocol as expected?
Good question. Sure. I mean, if we want to be anything by the book, might as well try and stay in people's good graces for now.
So, Captain Act and Captain Erik Collins, as you're leaving the pilot house, you hear Mr. Tim ask Captain Harm this question, and she kind of says, sure, no problem. Do you have any comment or add anything to that? As Mr. Tim says, acknowledged, ship will enter corporate expeditionary safety protocol as expected.
I asked Mr. Tim, what are those protocols exactly?
In the event of loss of contact, or if the ship should come under danger, Mr. Tim will shuttle the ship to the nearest hyperspace lane and jump, protecting the most valuable commodity of the whole enterprise.
Maybe we shouldn't do that, Harm.
Yeah, that's probably not a good idea.
Okay. I probably should have asked that beforehand. Let's be honest. Yeah, let's...
Captain Harm, is there an alternate protocol you wish to enact?
Would I know an alternate?
So, Mr. Tim tells you the corporate protocol essentially, and the Marines would probably know this. If a corporate Marine goes down or they're going on an expeditionary force, the most expensive and the most valuable unit is the ship itself. And if the landing party should come in danger, or the ship itself should come in danger from pirates or whatever thing, some anomaly, the ship's AI is to transit the ship to the hyperspace lane and protect the most valuable commodity, leaving you stranded on the planet itself.
Yeah, all that protocol. But listen, Tim, you and me and us, we're buddies, right? You wouldn't leave your friends. So you could just wait until we get back, right?
Certainly, Captain. Axe, should we enact a new protocol?
Yeah, how about what do you guys think, right? How about we just have Tim, wait for us until we get back?
That sounds like the best. We don't know what we're gonna run into down there. We might have to make a quick getaway, so we don't need the getaway ship making a getaway without us.
There's a long pause and a little bit of clicking, and you kind of hear some music in the background, like you're in an elevator. This is what happens when Mr. Tim gets aboard a little bit. The fleshies are talking about stuff, and then he says, noted, we'll enact a new protocol called 5 days and out.
That sounds better.
Roger. You won't be able to contact me when you get planetside due to planetary dust and interference, but I will wait for you as long as possible.
5 days.
Well, it was a joke. Obviously, I need much more to learn about what jokes and how to say them.
Yeah, I agree.
That was pretty good, Tim. You keep working on that.
I will try.
I say to Ace, maybe we shouldn't encourage him.
Well, why not?
I think that should be evident.
All right, I'll leave it alone.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna check on our other friend.
So Erik Collins gears up and proceeds to the shuttle. Axe goes to retrieve or check on Android Max.
Before I leave, I kind of just look at Harm on the way back. I'm like, watching you.
No
Harm,
one said Harm was smart, okay? No one said he was smart.
Harm, aside from getting your gear ready to go planetside, do you do anything else or just let these two, do you go instead you follow behind Erik Collins and the ship, or you go with Axe to help him with Android Max?
I'll go help with Max.
Okay.
Because I want to check on my buddy.
So, Marines, Captain's Axe and Captain Harm, you go down, you get your gear up. You probably leave your weapons just in the cryo chambers because you're going to have to pass that way to go forward anyways to where Erik Collins going in the Spider dropship. And you walk along. You have to duck now and then from wires hanging down and conduits and open panels, and it's just disarray. The bulkheads are bent and broken, and one of the airlock doors between actually the aft cargo bay and forward is just askew and open, like it can't be closed. You can jam it closed, but it obviously, and you find Andrew Max just sitting with his back against the wall. His eyes are wide open, which is probably a little eerie, and there's no response.
I go down there and I check for a pulse.
Yeah, he's completely shut down. Captain Max, like, you think he's human and you feel a pulse, and androids probably do have pulses. They have some organic material that coats their exterior. You don't really feel any movement. You're holding for a really long time. Perhaps you forgot. You start counting and you lose track, and you start counting again and lose track again. And it's probably been like...
I kind of look up at her and I'm like, I'll tell you a secret. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't think it's dead, but it definitely doesn't have a pulse.
And just about that time, it's probably been a couple minutes, you feel a little pulsation. Bloop, just once.
Oh, I got something.
Then, it's gone for quite some time. What do you two do with Android Max? You hear over the overcom, over a little speaker above your head, Mr. Tim says, Captain Axe and Captain Harm, what are you doing with Captain Max?
Well, he doesn't have a pulse. You sure he's not dead?
I am positive.
Where do androids sleep?
Apparently they dream of electric sheep. Who knew?
Mr. Tim says, are you worried about him, Captain Axe? If so, you could carry him to cryo and put him in an open pod. But he is perfectly fine there. He will recover and wake up when he comes back online.
Okay. Sure, Tim. Let's do that. So I try to pick him up.
Okay. Yeah.
And I kind of look at Harm like, well, you gonna help?
I grabbed the android's legs or whatever.
Firemen carry him back to cryo. It's a gangly mob of affair. You guys never raced with that. You aren't corpsmen, for goodness sakes. Erik Collins, you get your gear and you go to the airlock forward, and you cycle it through. It's actually, and then you cycle it, open the airlock, and you see a dark interior of the Spider, and you actually have to kind of drop down into it. There's no ladder. It's like hackneyed. You look around it and you realize the welding is terrible. They just like stuck this conduit on there, onto the thing. And you're thinking to yourself, any minute this is going to go and we're going to decompress. But at the moment it looks like it's holding, and but you have to drop down into it.
Yeah, Erik takes out his little pen light and just inspects the weld, and like he was already nervous about the ship, but he's sweating. He's visibly sweating. It's beating up. He's like, okay, all right, okay, we can work with this. Get some money, and we can fix this right up.
Yeah,
Do it the right way.
you're looking at the welds. It looks like it was stick welded by a 12-year-old. There's slag everywhere and like bubbles, and you're like,
Erik is
overwelded.
just like in his journey throughout the ship, he's just making a checklist of like things that he'll be able to fix himself and things that somebody else needs to fix. And he's just like, okay, he's setting his mind on the task basically. And he's like, just one, just another, just one. This is just another job, like any other.
So you drop into the Spider. You're fairly concerned about what has occurred. You're almost positive those wells don't go to the root, and they're just holding on barely. And you drop into the Spider. It's got pull down seats with harnesses, like 4 on the port side, and then it's got 2 seats up front for pilot and co-pilot. Got this small little console. There's little red beeping lights on the console, and all you really see through the front viewport is the gas giant in front of you, and then you realize, oh, there's a little planet right there. You're kind of upside down, but you, being used to low gravity and space, have no trouble getting in there. You look around, and it looks like the inside of the Gambit. There's open wiring. There's consoles open. Once you get into the cockpit, it looks pretty good. The console looks good. There's 2 yokes on either side for the co-pilot and the pilot if they're going to pilot it instead of having it autopilot. And the front end at least looks manageable. It's the back end. You check a couple harnesses and maybe have to refeed some of them because they look terrible. But it otherwise looks in fair condition.
I buckle the belts on the ones that I'm iffy on. I'm like, I don't want anybody sitting here, and then these ones. So I just so we won't sit there. There's only 3 of us. There's enough safe seats. And I just I power it up if it's not already powered up, and I just run through a quick little systems check, running through what I know to run through.
Sure, you sitting in the pilot or co-pilot seat?
I'll sit in the co-pilot seat. I don't feel like he's the pilot.
Okay, so you settle down in the co-pilot seat and go through the run check through it. It's there's no manual in this thing, but you probably can figure it out given your skill. And you power it up. It shudders a little bit. You hear Mr. Tim's voice, float down through the conduit because there's no speaker in there yet, and you haven't turned on your communicator. He says, "Well done, Captain Erik Collins. About that time, you've checked everything, and
sideways.
Yeah, you're turned sideways. You
the webcam.
That's great. You are checking in there when you're rejoined by Axe and Harm. Now, aside from your gear, how many stim packs did you take?
Wait, are you talking to me or
Axe and Harm? Yeah. I mean, each of you could take one. But...
I took them all.
Okay. I will say you have 2 each. Now, each stim pack have 5 doses.
Okay.
If you use those, obviously, if you use 1 stim pack, you could be in a world of hurt. But they each have like 5 doses. You 2 enter the drop Spider. Captain Erik Collins is sitting in the co-pilot chair. He's already run through initial diagnostics. The Spider shudders a little bit. And does anyone take the pilot chair?
I think Ace would. Oh, thanks for saving my spot. He would just jump right in. All right.
You take the pilot chair, Ace, and Harm, you take one of the jump seats. Strap in. Okay. Ace, you flip off the disconnect. The airlock closes with a hiss. Everyone's buckled in. You're in a pilot chair, and Erik Collins is in the co-pilot chair. Harm's in the back in one of the jump seats, strapped in a harness. And the Spider jankily detaches from the Gambit You feel the jolt and movement of it, and you drop. It has a little bit of a burst from small thrusters to get it to fall towards planetside in this tiny little red planet compared to this huge planet that overlooks it. Are you letting it autopilot, or are you actually piloting yourself, Ace?
I think Ace would be the kind of person who'd want to pilot it himself.
Okay.
And
So-
as he like takes off like autopilot, he looks at Erik and Harm. He's like, "Don't worry, I've done this thousands of times." And,
Yeah,
like,
a little.
under his breath, he'd be like, "In simulation."
There probably a little alarm goes off, little beeping alarm, little red flashing sign. There's probably
Don't worry about that. That's normal.
Harm's in the back, and little yellow light starts, little red light starts to flash. You know, that's usually the light that goes off when you want to make sure you're batting down and you got your parachute ready in case you're going to fall planetside. And the spider descends. You come through the upper atmosphere, and it's just a jolting maneuver. You realize the whole upper atmosphere is full of this kind of reddish brown dust. Your visibility is essentially zero. Harm's in the back, and a panel pops open, and she sees a little flame, and then a serpentine rise of smoke. Just about that time, Ace, the control panel completely blots out. It's all dark. The ship noses forward, yaws a little bit, and you realize the yoke slammed back into your pelvis and then pulls you forward. Erik is on the other side, and he just sees both yokes go back and forward. The ship's completely black out, and it's about to start to tumble through the atmosphere. The only reason it's still kind of flying is because of normal geometry and atmospheric pressure, and the lines of the ship at the moment has kept it stable, but it's just about ready to start to tumble. What does Ace do as it does that?
I think I tried to get it to prevent it from tumbling and try to get control back of the ship.
Okay.
To kind of glide it back down, glide it instead of having it going its current trajectory.
How do you do that? Just grab the yoke.
I try to force the yoke.
Okay.
Through strength, and I kind of reach over to Erik since it's like we both got sticks, and I'm like, grab on.
Yeah,
we're gonna glide this sucker down.
It's like a Y yoke.
I yell back to her like, hold on to your ass.
So the ship has no power, Erik Collins. You feel it because you're it's kind of like being a shooter with really good vision. You know exactly what the ship is doing in space, in this 3-dimensional space, because you're so good with space, and you know that it's just a hop, skip, and a jump from just tumbling through the air. Ace yells at you to grab the yoke and pull.
Do I know that to be the best thing I can do in this very moment? Is there any? Does Erik? Does he know how to get the systems back running? And that'd be.
He can try that. So he has options. He knows that to pull a yoke that no longer has servos working takes a lot of strength, like a lot of strength to pull back on now a dysfunctional piloting control, because it's no longer, it's like driving a car with power steering that suddenly goes out. So he knows that Ace is going to have to yank on that yoke as hard as possible.
Erik, instead of doing what Ace says, I said, I'll do you one better. Screams that, because I'm assuming it's getting loud in here. And I reach under the console and start to see what I can do as far as like jury rigging, like to get just him like a bit of power into his yoke.
So Ace is going to grab the yoke and pull as hard as possible. Erik Collins is going to see if he can finagle it hotwire the controls to work again, even though the power thing is completely down. Harm, you're in the back. You see this panel had opened, little gout of flame and a little tendril of smoke. Actually, the ship is fairly dead quiet, aside from the rush of pressure outside it. What does Harm do as you're lifted off your seat a little bit, maybe pitched to your side a little bit, but you see this panel flap open, a little bit of fire, a little bit of smoke, and then completely lost control. The lights go out.
Is there any way, like anything I can reach that would be able to like get the flame out? Or is there like nothing close enough to me that I would be able to do that with?
You could get to the panel. You'd have to detach from your harness.
Okay, I'll do that because no one said I was smart. I'm going for it.
You detach from your harness. You unclip both clips. You stand up. You're a Marine. You know how to keep your balance. You get to the panel and you see this kind of blackened wiring there. Just one yellow wire. It looks like it just was crimped together by some who knows what plastic connector that just unhooked and the wire shorted itself out. What does Harm plan to do?
Harm is gonna see if he has any like little small metal like clips or something in the general area vicinity, and kind of make shift a connector between the.
I was gonna say, like, you really see down Periscope that moment.
That's the thing.
So we'll take this in order. Harm, you maybe pull like a paper clip or something off your kit, and you want to reconnect that wire. What I would probably have you do is roll an intellect check.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. I tried. I was gonna say that's not gonna go over me, is it?
Well, you definitely told us that Harm wasn't the smartest.
Harm, like that's the biggest critical failure you could get, a double 99. Hit the panic check button. See what happens. See how it works. Okay. Yeah, like in the chat, you should be able to hit the macro and roll panic.
Oh, wait. What? Remind me where that is, because
So in the chat on your dice roll, at the bottom it says make a panic check. Like in the chat window. You see it?
Oh, yep, I do.
Okay.
One second.
Oh, the suspense is killing me.
This apparently does not like me, because
I can make it for you, I think, if you'd like.
Please do, because whenever I press it, it like has a pop-up that's just like, it's a macro issue. And there's no character selected. I'm like, there is a character selected, but okay.
5. Oh, so you rolled a 5. You rolled underneath your present panic level, which is 6. If you roll over, nothing happens, but you rolled under it. But a 5 says you take a deep breath and regain composure. How does Harm stay composed in this moment? Like, you try to connect it. It doesn't really work. You might get a little shock between your fingers, but how do you maintain your composure as the ship starts to rock forward? Or why?
He kind of just jolts a little bit at the shock and goes and just mumbles fuck under his breath and just goes like, okay, try again later. Just give me a second.
Yeah, I think Ace is up forward, and fuck is a word that Marines like are tuned to. Like he can probably hear it whispered like from 10 blocks away. And Ace, you're up there trying to yank these yoke, and you hear Harm in the back. You hear that word and you realize, oh shit. And what I would have Erik do is, because Harm failed, this is a pretty difficult check. I would make it, how would you do it? So I would think it would be intellect plus a skill, right? And probably mechanical repair, right?
Yes, that would be my best bet.
Yeah, so I would make that at disadvantage. Harm's failure didn't give you any help. You don't hear her whisper fuck, but Ace does. So I'd make that roll at disadvantage. See if it works.
Shit.
Oh, almost.
Just shy.
Just
shy, almost.
Just terribly shy. What did you actually roll? Oh, you rolled a critical success. The other one too. Ah, too bad. You reach under there, Erik, and you're fumbling around and you're connecting wires and you're pulling conduits and maybe pulling other things, connectors out and conduits, and you're reseating them, and there's no life in the console. The ship tips forward. Ace, you're in the front. You have to pull hard, Ace, to regain control, manual control, before this ship tumbles down to the planet surface. And so what kind of check do you think that would be?
I think so. I think it probably. Well, it's not really 0G. I think it would all have to be straight up athletics.
Yeah, I think it's
Because
strength.
we're straight strength.
Strength with athletics.
Yeah.
You get no help, Harm, and what I would have you do before you is you grip that yoke, and you're about ready to pull back. I'd have you make a fear save to determine how difficult this is going to be for you.
Just a straight one?
Yep, straight fear save.
It's gonna be difficult. Are we gonna see our first TPK?
Right. So it's probably that whispered word just needles into you, Ace, as you're pulling there. You have Erik underneath the console, still strapped. You hear Harm behind you whisper a word that all Marines know what that means, and bad things are about to happen. You have to pull back using strength and athletics at disadvantage.
All right, guys, here we go. Critical fail. That's 2 critical fails in the same roll.
All right, make a panic roll and tell me what happens.
Is it normal panic roll?
Yeah. That's reasonable. I think that works. What happens? Like, how does the ship come to rest on the surface of the planet? The other two take 2 stress, which is reasonable. I'm not going to have them roll anymore. And Ace, you pull back on that juddering yoke. It obviously fails terribly, and the ship starts to tumble. What happens as you land? Or what does
land or
Ace
crash?
do? It's a controlled crash landing of some nature. What does Ace do as he loses control?
What would he do as he loses control? I think he would make a grim joke. I think in the light of about to, possibly die, I think he would yell back to everyone, "Well, everyone, kiss your ass goodbye, because we're about to make planetside."
The ship tumbles, like it yaws. The back end flips forward, and it starts to tumble. Harm, you're in the back, unharnessed, and it's just like a pinball. You're bouncing between the hull, like you probably land forward, and Ace may just grab you by the legs as you suddenly hit the front of the cockpit. And just about when the planet is nothing more that you can't really see, you're spinning so fast, the ship slows down a little bit and sort of finds some sort of hydroplane, and then you hit the surface. And you just slide. You kind of roll over on one side and go back, and then you end up somehow on your belly. As you hit the ground, the lights come on in the cockpit. But only one side of the spider's legs deploy. So it like leans the whole ship over on its side because the other ones are broken off, right? Everyone do a body save. See how much damage you take.
Jeez.
Woo! Erik is a critical failure.
Yeah.
So
Panic check.
you don't have to make a panic check for that at the moment. Yeah, sometimes I'm not going to have you make a panic check at the moment. So Ace, you hit the ground, you fail, roll 1d8 and take that many damage from your body. Harm, you go bouncing around this inside of the shuttle. How is it that you don't take damage? Like you're just flying all over the place, like into the wall, over here, over there. How is it that you don't take damage?
He's an indestructible dumbass. No, he somehow tries to like use the military training that he has to like
go limp.
go like basically like do what he can to like go limp or just do something, anything to avoid getting like damage.
Like avoiding those sharp angles, I'm assuming, at least.
Go ragdoll.
Shit, no, broken through.
Your gunny sergeant's voice is in your ear. Like she's just yelling at you. Your gunny sergeant, Lisa's just, you hear her voice and she's just yelling at you, and you just go soft, like, and you're bouncing around until Ace wraps around you and pulls you down into his seat. And maybe you hit him. You hit him so hard.
Can I say that he hits me?
Elbow to the face, broken nose.
Erik Collins, you take the brunt of it. Roll a 1d12.
Oof. Let's see. Oh, oops, it went up to 2d12. I don't know why. There we go.
Oh, somehow.
The best possibility.
Yeah.
I think you get stuck under the console. Like as the ship loses control and starts tumbling, you mechanically, and because you're so used to low gravity, you just shove yourself underneath the console, like wedge yourself in there, like, and even though you tumble, your head bangs around and you get injured, but not nearly as bad as you realize. And when you hit the ground and the one-sided spider legs tip it up, you count your stars, really, that you take far less damage than you would expect. You're on the ground, on the planet side. The ship is listed over to port, and the exit door is to starboard. What does the company do?
Thousands of times, guys. Thousands of times. Thank you for flying.
Eric lets out a genuine laugh at that. Um, I say next time, harm pilots.
All the Harm will just like do like a mini salute to Eric and be like, okay, sure.
Eric is gonna check and make sure his like head is attached after like bouncing around in that confined space.
Yeah,
Slow
the
to move.
companies shake it out. They're actually they're tipped forward a little bit because the back leg is tipping them. Eric does a quick check of the ship and realizes somehow its integrity is still intact. Like, it'll still fly, it'll still get you off the planet side, and it still has lift. He probably goes back and fixes where the
Oh yeah.
where the electrical malfunction happens. Like, Harm shows him, and it's a simple fix for him to look at it and go, this has got to be crazy. He looks in there and he sees a lot of other wires that are connected by like plastic, addition, or
I undo those and I like use my own like fresh plastic clips, like proper electrical clips to like, connect them as much
Right.
as I can.
emergency clips, because you're going to have to go back to the ship and solder those things in hard. Like, you got to leave it to the plastic clip.
Definitely.
You exit the craft, I would imagine.
Yep.
So as you exit, you actually have to open the door on the starboard side, and you're kind of on the side that's tipped upwards, and you open the door and you have to climb out and then slide down one of the spider legs. And as you open the door, you just look up at the sky, and it's consumed by the gas giant's purple blue surface, and it just settles down on top of you like a heavy, ever oppressive presence. You just feel the weight of it. Even Erik Collins looks up at it, and it fills the whole sky above you. And you look about, and the surface of the planet is big slabs of this reddish copper granite or basalt. You can see the rim of a crater, which was your destination, that's roughly a half a mile or 800 meters ahead of you. And the ground itself is just this hard packed, big giant slabs, like they're placed on top of each other. The sky above you is kind of filled with this haze that the gas giant kind of that can be seen through, and you can see this rim in the distance of this crater that's probably half a mile to 3/4 of a mile, 800 meters to 1,200 meters wide. The temperature is cold. Your breath kind of comes out, and it's 40 degrees or 4.5 degrees Celsius. You have to breathe a little bit harder, because the oxygen tension is just a little bit lower. But as Erik Collins jumps to the ground, he realizes that the gravity is about 0.8 or so standard. You don't necessarily have to work as hard to move. Your steps are a little bit lighter, like you're a ballerina, on your toes. Like, you have this little bit of buoyancy, which helps your aches and bruised body after hitting the ground. What do you do as you exit the craft and look forward?
Eric checks make sure he has all his gear still.
Okay.
Like nothing left his pack, and activates his personal locator.
All right.
And turns on his comm device.
Right. You flick on your comm device, and you might even check it. Bishop's Gambit. You just get static because it's not going through the atmosphere. Ace and Harm hear you perfectly. Maybe in a little earbud or something from the communicator or the locator, and each of you kind of have it. Erik Collins is wearing what kind of
crew attire, I believe?
Oh, just regular crew attire, so no armor. How about Harm, as you exit? You're wearing Any armor harm? Or you're in crew attire? Battle dress. Oh, I just have to
Yeah.
equip it for you. There I go. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Standard battle. I just have to make sure your sheet was okay. Okay. As you and Ace exit, Ace is probably last because he has to ditch you off his lap. Do you say anything or do anything as you see the crater rim in the distance and your location of the site you need to travel to?
So, what kind of scenery are we looking into? I'm just trying to get the imagery in my head.
Nothing. Just a flat plain of large slabs of rock.
Okay.
There's dust, of the same material. Like there's a slight wind blowing from the east, just a little bit, and there's a little bit of dust, like over the eons and centuries that there's finely coated. No one has stepped or stood here for a very long time, but it just looks like this kind of red coppery expanse. You don't see any mountains. You don't see anything else. You just notice the rim and where the beacon is of the crater, because you're maybe elevated a little bit. There's a little bit of an incline, so you can kind of look down like a very shallow kind of valley, but no mountains, no nothing. It's just you, this flat plain, and a giant purple blue gas giant above your head.
Okay. Can we see the destination of our where we're headed? I have a pair of binoculars. I can kind of look through them and kind of see where we're headed.
Ace, if you pick up the binoculars, you can see the beacon. The beacon is this round and pointed like structure that probably is about 2 feet or half a meter tall, and it shines like it's the only thing that brightens up. It kind of reflects that purple blue light from the gas giant, and you can see it right away because it's very sharp and shiny, unlike what's around you, which is kind of dull red rock. And you can see the beacon around the edge of the crater when you look through your binoculars. Okay.
Yeah, I guess Ace will kind of take up his normal formation.
Okay.
And try to scout and go a little bit ahead of the party.
That means he's out front by himself?
Yeah, out front by himself. Even though it's like, I don't know, it's like wide open, right? There's nothing to kind of hide behind.
Yeah, there's a few, like, if anything sneaks up on you, Ace, you figure that it's either really good or you're really screwed.
Okay. So I don't think he'd walk out by himself then, if that's the case. There's really nothing you can kind of see from a distance if something starts approaching us. So I don't think there'd be a need to be up front. I mean, I'll way out front rather. I'll be in front, but not way up.
Okay. Does Erik or Harm do anything else besides stumble and try to protect their wounds as they march towards this half a mile, 800 meters, 1,200 meters in the distance?
Erik is definitely going to be behind Ace and Harm at any point, until he knows that it's like 100% safe. He like you said, he just checks over his wounds, make sure he's not dying from the crash, and sets his mind to finding whatever artifact we have to retrieve.
Now, you all have stim packs. Anyone use that to fix your wounds, or you just leave it be?
For now, Erik is feeling okay-ish. So
okay.
Yeah, right. I think I'm fine too. I'm not gonna use it just yet.
Right. So Ace, you're slightly in front and of the group as you essentially do a slow march towards the beacon and the rim. You are about 800, 1,200 meters, half a mile, 3/4 mile from the edge. And you hike over these giant slabs of this brown kind of copper basalt or rock. You kick up dust here. There's no prints of anything. Footprints, animal prints, nothing. And you reach the rim, and you look at the rim, and you see that this crater descends down about probably 400 meters. It's got this path. You probably enter at about 6 o'clock on the rim, and there's this obvious path, this worn path carves its way through the rock and goes down into that crater. There's a glimmer of stairs at the 6 o'clock and the 9 o'clock and the 12 o'clock position on the other edges of the crater, which is, half a mile wide, that sort of thing. And you see this path carved down. At the bottom of the crater, the ground is completely flat. There's this circle that's completely flat. And in the center of that circle is this dome structure. The dome structure looks like it has little dark circles or spots on the exterior of it. And the path goes down into that crater and leads to one of those dark circles that are on ground level. The path looks like it's been carved through there, and there's a faint glimmer of stairs that might have been there at one point. They're like ghosts of another time. They've been worn away by the passing of eons and centuries, and that path slowly slopes down towards that dome structure. The dome structure probably rises 60 feet, maybe, if you're looking at it with your binoculars and there's a range guide of some nature, or 20 meters tall.
Is this man-made?
I think, Eric, you look down there and it's obvious that this isn't surrounding rock. Like, you're looking at these basalt slabs that you just hiked over, and this first, the stone down there is pale. It's like a pale cream color that suddenly shows, and that dome obviously looks like it was constructed. It's completely kind of out of place. It doesn't look metallic. It looks stone, but it's pale, a pale cream kind of color, which is offset from the surrounding dark brown or, umber brown kind of color.
And like looking across at the landscape, there's no other rock other than this red, like slate, slabs.
No, just that.
Yeah, that sends like a shiver down his spine, seeing this out of place feature on this featureless planet.
Sure, make a sanity save. Or fear, my fault.
Let's see. Fear save.
You could make a fear or sanity, I think, would be fine.
Okay, sanity.
You realize it's been constructed by non-human hands, maybe. And what I would give you at rolling a 5, because you gain confidence, is you have advantage on one future roll.
Nice.
Until you burn it.
Seeing this alien, like potentially alien, architecture, he reaches, nobody else can see it, but he reaches into one of like his pockets and like clutches his mysterious orb, anxiously, but confidently.
Is the orb warm or stone cold?
It's warm, and it's usually not.
Okay.
I don't know
why. So you pull out this mysterious orb. Maybe it's a family heirloom, something your father and his father and his father gave it for some reason, and you have it in your hand, and it's just a little bit warmer than it used to be. Harm, you come to the edge. You're probably standing next to Ace. Marines being Marines, you're looking down on this thing that's obviously alien in construction, but you're here to do a job and ferret out, maybe get a big payday to fix the ship with an artifact. What does Harm say, or does she do anything specific before you perhaps descend this trail?
Harm will just kind of look at it, and he'll just quietly mutter, "Well, I don't know what I expected. Expected a little more, well, anything."
Ace, do you lead the party down, or do you pause and take stock?
Um, yeah, I think he would start heading on the way down.
Okay. You go down this worn path that's roughly normal kind of stair width, which is odd, perhaps. And you realize that the ghost of stairs that used to be there, you just see a line of where the edge may have been before they were worn down and worn down and worn down. That each step is comfortable if there were steps there to begin with. Like the steps are of human cadence, human walking cadence, bipedal walking cadence. As you move, they're not steps that are too small that you would, have to take really short, and they're not too wide. They're actually kind of comfortable steps that you don't even have to change your canter down. You probably look at them and start stepping and realize you're hitting the middle of every one without even needing to stretch. As you go down to the bottom, you transit down, and it's obviously been carved in surrounding stone, and you reach the bottom. The bottom is completely flat, pale gray rock, and the path leads up to this dark archway. You look up at the dome above you, and you realize there's levels, and there's a level above it that has an archway in exactly the same position, and then the curve of it, there's another level that has a dome, and that archway seems to transit up that dome as if it was in different levels each way up. The dome itself is kind of smooth, but has a gritty texture, and there's maybe little ledges perhaps that you can feel with your hands as you reach the darkened arch. You probably flick on your lights, that you have on each shoulder, or and you kind of peer down, and that archway just leads down. It's a kind of natural smooth tunnel in the rock, and it probably takes a little turn in the distance. What do you do as you reach it, Ace?
So clearly somebody made it, and I think he would be in like kind of heightened alert, doing like hand signals back to kind of harm to, be quiet, and we'll go move out this, surgically and strategically.
Okay. Harm, you're probably behind him because obviously Erik Collins wants to come in last. Behind the Marines. You get some hand signals from Ace. What does Harm do as she reaches the archway?
He kind of just stops and looks at it, like, and kind of like moves when Ace moves, and kind of just looks and makes sure he kind of like inspects it almost, but like without trying to disturb too much of anything.
Ace is, consumed by the opening, his light shining down there, and maybe he doesn't necessarily see or look as closely at the sides that you're looking, and you realize that there's something carved into the rock itself, like little figures, and you maybe step to the left or the right as Ace is giving you hand signals as he's looking down the tunnel, and you see this mural that kind of repeats of a man or a bipedal figure holding like these blocks or metallic things above its head, and he's surrounded by humanoid shapes mixed in with tentacled like aliens.
Oh.
And it looks something like that.
And that's just repeating like as like just a pattern along the walls?
Yeah, it repeats, each level. They may be offset a little bit, but you can see this man holding up this thing, but it's, it's like everything else, it's weathered away, and Harm just catches it a little bit. He realizes it's a little bit darker and maybe stares at it longer, and he can see this mural kind of present itself to him. Harm, what do you do?
I kind of like just trying to think. I end up like getting slightly closer to it, but like almost within touching distance, but
Right.
not actually touching it, because I don't know what that's gonna do if I do touch it.
Okay.
So
Ace moves into the archway a little bit. You know, maybe he's 2 or 3 steps into the archway, and Erik Collins, you're standing behind Harm, the other Marine, and she pauses a little bit, or he pauses a little bit, and then maybe leans in and looks at the surface of the dome and is staring at it intently. What does Erik Collins do?
Eric kind of gets in close as they focus, and he says, "What you got there?" It's like kind of creepily popping up right next to them with their light, and I start to also, analyze. I'm like, what is he? What are they holding? What is that? Maybe that's what we're here for.
possibly, possibly not. I guess we'll figure that out soon enough, won't we?
Yeah, I hope the rest of it isn't here, I guess. No, never mind. And, it backs up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna think about it too hard because
Yeah. Let's just keep our eyes on the prize, Eric says.
All right, so Ace winds down this kind of looping tunnel. Harm is right behind him, and behind Harm is Erik Collins. The tunnel, the walls are smooth and obviously carved. They're not natural in and of itself. The path winds down through chambers and flowing arches and loops and like atriums in the structure of the dome itself, the stone structure, and then dividing passages down to the ground level. You probably descend 50 feet, 20 meters, 15 meters or so. It's a 15-20 minute descent down this tunnel, and you come
It's
out
just a
and
straight tunnel going down.
yeah, it kind of goes down, but it goes through these widened atriums and branching
Mhm.
tunnels. Like if you take different routes, you realize that they all come together, and these rooms and segments that are cut out of the rock, but they all kind of descend in the same area. You have a sense that if you took one path or another, you're going to end up in the same place at the bottom. But they're kind of filigreed or serpentined all the way down into the bottom, and you enter a cavern. The cavern underneath you kind of suddenly come out of an arch, and you look up and you see the dome, the inner dome. Above you are levels of the same thing, and you go down these steps that are carved into the rock, probably 15 or 20. You get to the bottom of the step and you look up, and each level looks like there were stairs on the same part, and they're just hanging there, leading to nothing. But your steps lead to the bottom of this flat place, and there's another dome, but it's shallow. It's a short dome that's maybe 3 feet, 4 feet tall, but it's wide, like 15 feet wide. And there's a ring at the top. You look up, and maybe at the very apex of the dome, you see like a outgrowth, perhaps, and perhaps the hint of stairs leading into that outgrowth as you reach the bottom. As you look up, you realize the top of the dome has a huge mural that Harm and Erik Collins saw on the outer part. It's just that the mural doesn't have the guy holding the books or the metal sheets or whatever he's holding. And there's very few humanoid figures, whereas there's many, many more alien tentacled figures. That's what you see. Ace, as you enter the place, what do you do?
So for a majority of the run, Ace was like just focused on security. Now, with his eyes drifting up towards the mural, he finally sees what they're like, "Hey, do you guys see this thing?" And kind of like points at, "You guys didn't see anything like that?"
Yes. Harm will be very incredibly deadpan about it.
But it's not holding the thing. You know, I look around, like I pan my light across the room, and I'm like, "Where's the thing?" Maybe
What thing? Because this is the first time Ace has seen.
it was. I'm trying to explain to him, like upstairs. There's like the thing that I think we need to get, and it's not here. There's no like pedestal or.
Nope, there's just that other dome on the floor. Like you probably come down those stairs, and there's like a rim, and then that dome is in the center. This other smaller dome, with a little central, another rim or raised border in the very center of it, and that
So I'm
huge
like,
mural.
yeah. So I hand Erik my binoculars. Here, see if you could see if it's on that thing up there.
And yeah, I look through them to get a closer look, a binocular look at the smaller dome.
All right, so you flick those binoculars up and get him in focus. What does Harm do in his deadpan fashion?
He'll kind of just slowly walk the perimeter just to make sure they don't get disturbed.
Okay. You walk the perimeter and you notice that there's the same similar path that you came down, those steps. There's the same kind of steps leading at 3 o'clock, and the same sort of steps leading at 9 o'clock, and the same sort of steps leading at 6 o'clock, where you came in at, 12 o'clock, where you came in at 6 o'clock. And you realize that those paths that you saw above must all lead to those entrances, and they all end here. You look up, and underneath of those paths, like the stairs, you see that there's hanging stairs each level above you, but they lead out to nothing, and some of them are crumbled back, but there were stairs that were there. They're just kind of floating in space. Erik Collins flicks up his binoculars and gets him in focus, and he sees this kind of rock bulb, really like a flower bulb, or it has maybe 3 or 4 kind of cylinders that come together in a round part, and at the very top level he sees maybe these stairs or this walkway of stone leading into the side at like 6 and 3 o'clock, or my fault, 3 and 9 o'clock.
So it looks like there might potentially be a pathway up there.
You figure you could climb and find or hunt for a path that maybe all these levels are connected in some fashion and reach the top. It's a fair distance up there. It's at the very tippy top of the dome. Like it's just hanging in the apex of where you think the dome would be. You're deeper now than when you're on the outside. So the dome was about 60 feet or 20 meters tall, and you're probably another 40 feet, 10, 15 meters. So you realize it's probably 80 feet, 25, maybe 30 meters above you.
And you said the mural is on the inside of the dome, the larger
the
one,
mural,
and he's not holding the thing.
Like the levels just kind of then get smaller and smaller, and you can tell that they're like broken away and eroded, and then it's smooth, probably dome until that part. And on each of those quadrants, you see this huge mural. When you look up there, because you've seen the outside, the figures almost seem to be as big as you are. Like if you were standing next to them, they'd be maybe even greater than life size. But you only see a couple humans, and they're grouped together, like 2 or 3 humans together, and they're surrounded by all these tentacled alien figures.
I am further disturbed that we have to get, I guess, closer to the mural. I don't know, something about the bigness of it, and like not being able to really understand how this place was constructed. I hand the binoculars back to Ace, and I say, check that out, right in the center. You know, these stone circles. I think there's a way to get up there. We just gotta figure it out.
Ace, you're standing there. Yeah, Harm is making the circuit, and you flick the goggles up there, and you see that. You flick the binoculars up there, and you see that. see everything that Erik Collins had seen and told you, and you see that kind of bulbous, lobulated structure way above you, and these successive levels of entryway or eroded entryway. What does Ace do?
You think that thing that we're after is up there?
I'm not 100% sure, but it's most likely. We're at the bottom, and I figure if you didn't want somebody just coming in and snatching whatever you were hiding, it's probably best to put it at the top.
Harm, you're making you're making your circuit. You're probably like 3/4 of the way around. You see Erik Collins and Ace discussing and looking up at the ceiling and pointing. You look across from them, and you look over this shallow dome that's in the center of the floor, and you realize there's a hole in the center at the top, the apex of that dome, that shallow dome in the floor. What does Harm do?
Harm's gonna kind of wave, trying to get their attention, and just kind of pointing to the hole where he can see it, and just kind of like gesturing to be like, "Hey, try and come over here. I have something to show you."
You're excited.
Well, I'll go over.
He has an idea for once, so like, let's go with it.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Yeah.
So you go to Harm, you go check out the hole in the center of this dome.
I go to Harm.
Okay. Harm, what do you say to him?
I'll just be like, okay, do we have a plan on what we want to do with this? Because, as we all know, I'm sure you know I am not the smartest. So do we want to have a plan before we do this?
What do you think's going to happen?
I don't know. Knowing my luck, things are going to go south and quickly, so I'd rather be safer than sorry.
Erik walks over and peers into the hole.
So Ace goes to talk to his fellow Marine Harm, because Harm is a little bit agitated or excited. You know, Marines are Marines. And Erik Collins, you start to climb up that little dome. It's not really hard. It's smooth, but it's got surface to it. And you're kind of standing there, and there's a little bit of a rim, and there's a hole about the size of your shoulder. And you kind of peer over, and inside the hole is kind of knobbier. It has like this pimpled kind of interior. And you look down, and you see this kind of gnarled, almost grip-like thing at the base, at the bottom of the hole. Like it's almost like a handle at the bottom of the hole.
I can shine my light down there, and nothing like blinks back.
Yeah, you shine your light down there. You just see that the sides of the hole are kind of pimpled or gnarled, and then it's probably about as deep as your elbow, forearm.
The grip I see down there, does it look like a handle or does it look more organic?
It looks like rock with like 4 smooth.
Oh, like I would insert my fingers into
No,
this.
like it's like this, but it's like you got like these
Oh,
smooth.
you can still grip, yeah.
Smooth kind of
I
fissures
want you to
on one
stick your
side.
hand in there.
I know. I don't want to. It's like when you see a button and you want to press it. Eric calls Harm and Ace. I say, come check this out, knowing that that they're probably going to share the same thought.
All right. Do you do it with as much vigor and excitedness as Harm, or is
The
it
opposite.
more
Fear, yeah. It's like
Okay.
I'm like the something about the bumps on the side is triggering like a tryptophobia. It's like, what is this?
So, Ace and Harm, I imagine you convene as Erik Collins is looking down this hole. You reach his side and look down that hole too. You're all kind of standing there, maybe surrounding it a little bit. All your lights are shining down in there, and it's this shallow shaft, really about as wide as your shoulder and about as deep as your forearm. And you see it's kind of got a knobby internal kind of wall structure and this looks like stone handle on the bottom. Harm, what do you do?
He'll kind of just look at it curiously and just be like, kind of think to himself, almost looks like bubbles that solidified, but like not knowing if not knowing if you would know what bubbles are, but that would probably be what his train of thought would be.
Yeah, it looks exactly like that, Harm. Like bubbles pressed on the side of the, walls, and then this rock-like handle at the bottom.
Eric is going to take like a little metal, like a fastener or a nut or a bolt.
Yeah, can you
and
put
just
something in there?
Drop it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
You take something small,
Yeah.
and drop it down, and you see it hit the bottom, and it circles a little bit, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it looks like it drops through a hole, like a little small hole, like probably about as width as big as your finger, maybe. At the very bottom, like underneath the handle, there's a little small hole because it rolls around, and then it disappears. But maybe you hear it like clatter a little bit as it down something, down a hole, like it disappears, like it's fallen into a small channel or something at the bottom.
It looks, Eric says, well, it looks inert.
So what? Someone's got to go in there and pull it out.
I figure. And he looks up to the two. You want to draw straws?
All right, stand back. Oh my
Hold my K-bar.
Here, hold this. I hand in my freaking my rifle, and I'll roll up my sleeve. And on my left, I'm gonna try to grab my left hand. On my left hand, you can see a tattoo of a pinup girl with the Ace of Spades.
Mm-hmm.
On a tattoo. All right, East. He talks to his tattoo. Looks like it's just you and me.
And you reach down in there, get on your knees, and
yeah, I get on my knees, and I'm thinking that maybe something on the sides might be like a trigger point for something. So I'll try to like put my hand down at a certain speed where I wouldn't touch the sides.
Yeah,
and maybe try to just pull it straight from the center.
Okay. So you put your hand down. It goes up, a little bit past your elbow before your fingertips feel the rock kind of handle, and you slide your fingers around it and grab it. Harm and Erik Collins, Or are you just standing there on the top of the dome with him?
Yeah, I'm like holding his rifle, feeling the weight of it. Like, you guys carry this around all the time? Yeah, I'm just watching apprehensively.
Okay. Harm.
I am also watching, but also trying to watch the area a little bit, like doing two things at once.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're safe.
Yeah, bit jittery. Ace, as you grab that handle, what do?
I kind of put my hands around it. Maybe I try to turn it first, see if it turns before I pull out.
It doesn't turn at all, like it's stuck in place, and you yank on it. You hear this click, and then out of all those little bubbles shoot these little stone needles into your arm. One goes through your palm and hits your arm. Now the other ones, there's a number of them that break off, and because the mechanism hasn't been used in so long, that quite a number of them break off, but one goes right through the fat of your thumb, and you start bleeding down your thumb and your fingers. As that happens, your arm is stuck there. You feel the pressure of the other ones. What does A do or say?
It's like, fuck! It was a crap. Well, damage is done. I'm taking this thing, whatever it is, and I'll keep on pulling.
You're pulling up against, and all the spines are like holding your arm in there. Erik Collins and Harm are standing up there. Eric's holding your gun and, impressed by the weight and wondering if it would knock him off his feet if he actually pulled the trigger. And you hear this groan, and you looking down at him, you could hear him say and curse, and all of a sudden these 4 lines appear down the dome, like there's 4 petals of a flower, and all of you, but especially Erik Collins and Harm, feel your feet jiggle, and it starts to open as Ace's blood drips off his fingers and hits the bottom of the mechanism and swirls around and goes down this channel. The thing starts to open. What does Erik and Harm do as Ace is stuck there?
Erik stumbles and falls, like backwards.
Rolls off.
Yeah.
All right. Keeping the weapon under control.
Trying to like clutches onto it and like yelps and falls over.
Did you have your finger on the trigger?
No. I was like clutching it, like, yeah.
All right. Harm, what do you do as this dome starts to open like a flower, like the petals of a flower just open from the beginning, start to move?
I try to stay as close to the middle of the section I'm on, like move into an actual section, and like try to stay as close to Ace as I can, and be like, and like try to like go in and like detach the spines from his arm.
What's happening? My hand's stuck in there. I'm like, I can't see. What's going on?
What happens to Ace is he's on one part of the pedal, like the point of the pedal, and he starts to lift up as the spines tear down his arm. Ace, roll me a body save. Woo!
Nice.
Oh, right on the freaking thing.
Oh, it's failure.
Critical failure because it's a double. So anytime you roll doubles,
And it's right on the thing, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Your body save is 33.
Yeah.
Wow. So, roll a d12 and since it's not through your armor doesn't get destroyed. But roll a d12 and take that many damage. 4. So these petals, these rock petals, grate open and starts to flower. They kind of rotate like this, so it's gonna throw Harm off. She's gonna have to scrabble down. Ace probably frees his arm and ripping out, and it's got blood running down to his fingertips. And that the petals of that dome open up and kind of rotate like this, throwing Ace to roll off them. And the dome, these four edges, petal-like nature, just open up and just kind of flatten out and come together. You are at this edge. Everyone make a fear save.
Is that vibrating like continue?
As it opens, the vibration continues until it settles and stops, and then you don't feel it anymore. But the whole time it opens, you can feel it. Critical failure for so for Ace, in this moment, as you're bleeding down your arm and has torn some flesh off and punctured through the thenar eminence of your hand, and you realize your blood has opened this doorway, whatever it is. How is it that Ace keeps things under control?
I think Ace is more concerned about where the punctures on his arms are and the scratches are. He checks where the tattoo is on the underside of his forearm. He's like, they didn't get you, East, did they?
Yeah, miraculously, there's like a halo around her. Yeah, and the Ace of Spades has no damage. Like, she's pristine in the middle. You check her immediately and start talking to her, looking at it, and they all can see you. Erik Collins and Harm can see you. Perhaps that's why Erik Collins wigs out, fails his fear save, and make a panic check.
All right. Panic check. No.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Whenever you roll over your panic, you don't take anything, right? So it's only when you roll below it. As your panic rises, obviously the higher numbers are worse for you. Get 16. Get a 16. What does it look like as Erik Collins succumbs to a bit of fear as this thing opens up, petal-like?
The vibrating, the opening and the vibrating reminds him of the time he was on the escape pod, and it kind of just like freaked him out. The fact that Ace potentially, like, he just saw in his mind, he envisioned like Ace coming out with like a stump, with a bleeding stump, and he just was so panicked that he fell over, and the vibrating reminded him of his time on the escape pod, and just all the weight crushing down on him, and then he sees that Ace is okay. And he's like, okay, all right, okay, we can do this.
Harm, you backpedal off.
It's all right, Erik, we're fine. Few scratches.
Harm backpedals off a pedal, as it opens, and trying to keep his feet, and you're the only one that's probably standing. Erik Collins probably falls to his bottom a little bit, and obviously Ace is rolled out of the opening mechanism, and you're standing there with these 4 stone petals, like lotus petals, open, and you see a little stairway leading down in the center. Now it's kind of opened. What does Harm do?
Well, Harm's gonna actually make sure everyone is okay first, just by curiosity killing me, and then once that's over, I'm
gonna puncture a stim pack.
Fair.
Yeah, I see that. Harm, you go to check on Ace, and he's grabbing a stim pack and jamming it into his thigh.
This 1d10.
Right, so you restore 1d10 of health, and you get advantage for the next 10 minutes. Okay, so you regain 8 health, and then roll a 1d10. You want to roll above 2 or above, but you never know. You could roll a 1. Okay, So the second 1d10 was the more often you use stim packs, you're going to get to that failure that we talked about. So you jab that stim pack in, and Harm, you walk over, and he's immediately got a stim pack. Like Marines in a stim pack is like second nature, almost like a lighting up cigarette. He jams the stim pack in his leg. What do you say or do, Harm, as you look down at Ace and his pin-cushioned arm?
I'll just nod and be like, "You're alive." Good. Not knowing what to say.
Ace?
Thanks, Harm. I care for you too. And like, you gonna help me up as I'm sitting on the floor, like bleeding, and kind of reaching my hand.
Awkwardly, he just like pats his arm and then just like yanks him up.
It's 9:20. You all want to take a 5-minute break? I always forget, so yeah.
Sure. I also need to fix my webcam.
Okay. Take a 5-minute break and get something to drink or take a deep breath before you walk into the depths. Any questions or comments, Ruby, at the halfway mark?
It's good.
All right.
I'm having fun.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, so you're standing at the edge of this flower opening with 4 petals like a lotus, looking down at this stairwell that starts to descend. Ace, Harm, and Erik Collins, you're a bit shaken. The trip down was eventful and probably unnerving. The weight of the planet and the things you've seen, maybe Marines have seen it some, but still, you know you're entering something alien, something unexpected, and the murals show something that is equally unnerving. Some commingling of human-age shapes and alien shapes, and I have no idea what that means. As you're looking down that stairwell that descends into the darkness, what did the 3 of you do?
Thanks for holding that for me. And this is rifle back.
Yeah, but yeah, that's Eric hands it up to Ace from his seated position.
And I offer my hand and pick him up.
I say, thanks, Ace. Sorry about your arm.
Oh, this thing? It'll be alright.
I eye his wounds.
Yeah, no one has healing, right? Except for the stim pack.
Yeah. I definitely don't. Whatever like first aid I would have been trained on years ago. I haven't put in much. Yeah.
The only caveat I would probably give you is Ace and Harm both have military training. And so I might let you use that as a caveat to some degree of healing, like buddy healing, tourniquet healing, saving your buddy out in the field. You all got to know it. Marines have got to know it.
Right.
You all have stuff on your body. You may even have tourniquets at your arm and leg points if you're kitted out correctly. But Marines would probably have a little bit of healing, so I would tell Ace and Harm that if healing is needed, they could perhaps use military training. Right.
Basic first aid.
Basic first aid. That's just to stabilize and maybe help them survive. So I assume you're headed down into the dark.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
when the
where else can we go?
opened, it opened into a stairway, you said?
Yeah, so what happened is like it opened and then those stone 4 petals just kind of rotated and came like this. And so down there's a shaft with a stairway that leads down.
Okay. All right.
All right. So I'll be like, all right, let's go. Come on, Harm. While I'm fucking juiced, Let's go!
You know you're in trouble when the F word is going to come out every 30 seconds. So I assume, Ace, you take the lead.
Yeah.
Harm is second, and Erik Collins is in the rear.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Ace, as you enter this stairwell, you realize it's carved into the wall of this huge drop shaft. You don't feel it at first, but after you get about 30 feet, 10 meters down, you swivel because you're in the lead, and your lights, your shoulder lights, just beam out into nothing. They don't see the other side. They don't find any other surface in which to light on. They just dissipate in this huge blackness. And you're on the edge or on the wall, and it's human space steps leading down in this long arc, and you go down and down and down into the deep dark. You're just like these little halos of lights, 3 little halos of lights, really bright Ace, and then a little fading, and really bright Harm, and a little fading, and really bright Erik Collins with your lights. As Ace is leading down this stairwell, does he do anything specific?
Is a straight shot down?
Yep. You're like, there's no railing, Ace. The steps are probably 3 feet, 4 feet wide, a meter wide. There's no railing. If you stepped off, you would just plummet to wherever the bottom is. You may even lean over because you're a Marine and you're not really fearful, and you angle your lights down and you don't see the bottom yet. It's way down there, Ace.
Say, I kind of like, it's a long way down. Hug the wall.
Erik is
I don't know what else I can say. I don't got no equipment or nothing.
Erik is going to drop another little metal thing to listen for the.
Sure, like you take something out of your pocket, Erik.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't believe Ace, and you lay it out, and you just see it. You're like your light on your shoulder light hits it. Maybe it's metal, and it flashes and flashes and flashes, and then it gets smaller and smaller and smaller and disappears. And you try to listen, and you hear nothing. No fall, no drop, no tingle, nothing. It just disappears into this blackness. Harm, as you're descending behind Ace, he's hugging the edge. I don't know if he's afraid of height or not. I don't know how close he's hugging that edge. What does Harm do is she sees Erik Collins, throw over a piece of metal, and it disappears into the vast blackness.
Harm he'll like kind of stay close to the wall, but like not too close where he's like shoulder wall.
Sure.
Like, close enough where he won't accidentally fall to his death.
Right. Ace is like hugging the wall, like his shoulders brushing up against it. He's got his eye on the corner, and
I'm basically kind of like doing like one of these and kind of
Right.
like with the wall, like, hey,
Erik-
I'm not scared of heights. I'm
Erik
bracing
Collins
for
is-
the shot.
Erik Collins looking over the edge. Maybe he doesn't really have fear of heights because he's
I
zero.
feel like it's more the space. Like I don't have fear of like big open space.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a 0G guy, so being in space, like, this doesn't necessarily affect him. Like, he maybe doesn't have a sense of how dangerous it is over that edge because 0G, you don't necessarily have that falling risk or falling danger. Harm is a little bit further away, and her light reflects off the side of the wall, and she can see murals carved into the wall face. What does she do?
He'll just say, I see the murals again. For the murals, do they have the little thing that the guy was holding, or are these ones also without it?
Yeah, you look at the mural, Harm, and damn it, that looks just like you. And then it like takes 3 or 4 steps, and the mural kind of shifts and moves, and then there's you again. Make a sanity save.
I knew it.
Wow, your sanity is pretty low.
Too low.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the
It
same
is.
amount. So-
So, Harm, as Ace is hugging the wall and Erik Collins is looking over the wall, you start to say the murals are there, and then one of the murals in this mix of aliens is Harm, the Marine Harm. Like it's like a carve out of you, and then they're kind of moving like a old style flip book. Like if you flip pages, a kid's toy to see things move. That's how it looks like to you. Not like what video and stuff. What does Harm do? Like, how does he react?
He kind of just starts mumbling under his breath, just being like, okay, this is happening, okay. We're gonna deal. All the while just like kind of muttering under his breath, just like, okay. Slowly.
What's the walking order? Because it sounded like
It's Ace,
it was
Harm, and
me.
Erik Collins. Right,
Okay.
You're in front. He's in the middle, and Erik Collins is in the rear. It is happening, Harm. You can see yourself there. You're almost positive, and then you watch, and then a figure comes into play, and it looks just like Ace because it's chiseled, as he's chiseled, and then a smaller individual without armor on, not carrying a weapon. That is, darn it, that has to be Erik Collins. What do you do?
I temporarily stopped walking down the stairs as I kind of slowly descend into madness, and I'm just like sort of timidly just kind of go down the stairs, just like muttering to myself again, like, come on, they're in front and behind you, they're not on the wall.
Erik bumps into Harm because he changed his face, and Erik wasn't paying attention. Say, whoa, careful now.
What the hell's going on back there?
I don't know. Harm, hurry up.
Stay focused. It's a long way down. I like,
I'll
Harm,
slowly
are you with us?
picking up the pace again, but still kind of muttering.
I give Harm more space on the steps. Like Erik, gravitates a little further back.
Yeah, Erik, you kind of bump into Harm, and Harm is muttering and babbling a bit and maybe glancing at the wall repeatedly, and you look over there and swivel your lights, and you have no idea what he's looking at.
And it's just the same pattern as
you don't
above.
see anything.
Oh.
It's nice and smooth. The rock face is smooth. Like there's absolutely
I reach
nothing.
out and just glide my hand along it.
You can feel like it's beveled, or it has like little rivels in it, or edges into it, but you have no idea what Harm is doing. But something got some unnerved. Maybe it's just the deep dark. Like you don't feel that because of zero G. You look at the wall, and Marines are Marines. Maybe
does it sound like anything in here? Like what are we hearing?
It's a huge space, and as you descend, it gets warmer and warmer and warmer. Like it's 4.5 degrees Celsius, 45 degrees, 50, 60, 70, 80 degrees. Each 5-10 minutes, the temperature goes up by 10 degrees. As you reach the bottom, it's probably 98, 99 degrees. You're starting to sweat. There's rivers of sweat. The Marines can feel it in their armpits, and on the pressure points of their armor. and you are just sweating. You reach the bottom and you come to this wide chamber. It's way down there. Like it takes you 30, 45 minutes to get to the bottom. Harm is probably periodically looking at the wall, watching herself in little illustration, moving down with the group. And you reach this bottom chamber. It's much, much warmer. You end in a flat space in a cavern. There's 3 openings. You see the one on the right first because it has this kind of pulsing redness that fills the space with this reddish light. And you can see kind of red light, see like this from the right-hand door or right-hand arch, this kind of pulsing light. Then there's an archway directly in front of you and an archway on the other side. You feel it, the warmth of it. It's thick, humid, smells like leaf litter, maybe a little bit of fetid vegetable kind of smell, and it's hot. Like you're in the South hot, East Coast South hot, humid. It's thick. Your breathing comes in, like you come out of a shower. You notice on the floor there's this scraping redness or trail that leads from the pulsing red archway across the other side to the archway on the other side. It looks red, like paint strips or drag strips or something, long linear kind of things. And it obviously is in the direction from the red pulsing to the other side.
And only one, there's 3 entryways, 3 arches. Only one is pulsing red?
Right. So the archway on the right is pulsing red, or like throbbing, really. This slow kind of meandering intensity of pulse.
Do I see where the light source is for this pulsating red?
No, it's just emanating from the archway. And then on the floor, the only other really thing you see is this smeared track, linear smudges of red, dark kind of red that goes from that ebbing light to the left-hand side, the archway on the left. And then there's an archway directly in front of you. Both the left hand and the archway right in front of you is completely black, dark, like.
Erik jokingly says, well, I guess it's time to split up, huh?
So, as he says that, I go like that, and I kind of give like hand signals. I point to Harm, and I said, "Take that corner. I'll take this side, or whatever." And we'll kind of like just clear down the archways to see if there's anything dangerous.
Okay.
In each.
So, Ace, which archway do you go to look down?
Harm, which one do you want?
Maybe one that won't make me crazier than I currently am.
Okay, I guess I'll take the pulsing one.
Okay. Harm, do you take the one in front or to the left? Where the red smudges lead to is the one on the left.
I'll do the one on the left.
Okay.
To come around in case anything
So,
happens.
Erik Collins, you're in the back. You see some hand signals from Ace, and you open the space with your voice, that echoes around, and you realize, and you see Ace peel off to the right to this pulsing archway, and Harm peel off to the left to this dark archway, and you're left alone in the middle at the bottom of the stairwell. What does Erik do?
Erik walks over to the trail, and
Okay.
he leans down and he touches it. to like see what's going on. Like, is it wet? Is it dry? How
Okay.
fresh is it? What's it smell like?
We'll go to Harm first. Harm, you go to the left, and you got this dark archway. It's a natural kind of tunnel. It's got that soft kind of cream rock. The floor is smooth, but it's not completely flat. It's a little bit like, rounded. It has a little bit of swells and dips you can feel in your feet as you move towards that left-hand archway. It's completely dark, and you see the archway. You shine your light down there, and you see the archway, and then it makes this kind of right turn around the corner, and you know that smeared red tracks go into that archway and down that tunnel, but you can't see all the way down the tunnel itself. It probably ends 20 feet, maybe 5 meters in front of you before it turns, makes a gradual turn, and your light kind of dies. You can't see the end of it. What you do is you reach the arch and see that.
I'll kind of just stay back now and not wander off on my own quite yet.
You post right there at the arch, or you?
Yeah, I'll stay at the arch mainly
Okay.
because if I go to the pulsating one, who knows what's going to happen.
So Ace, you reach the right hand. That's just a slow kind of pulsing red glow. You meet the archway, and it's much brighter there, and you see this trail leading out. It's leading away from that archway, just the way that this smear is, like the direction of it. It's like propulsing itself across the floor in that direction, just the way it looks because of how the smear fades and the linear nature of it. Just as a Marine, it leads from where you are to where Harm is. You look down this tunnel with your light, but really this red glow like supersedes it. Like your white light just dies in it because the red glow is so much brighter at the end, or where the tunnel makes a slight turn. You see a hint of blackness on the wall at the very end, like shiny. You have no idea, like oil slick, something like on the edge of the wall, right where the tunnel ends, but the red light is just kind of pulsing there like a beat, and it's brighter at the end of your tunnel. What you do is you look down that archway.
Okay, so the main point in Ace's head was to check that if there's anything visible that he could see, and with the way that the tunnels are moving, I doubt he would progress by himself. I think he would move towards the last remaining archway and check that one out first.
All
and
right.
then regroup.
You peel off from that right chamber. Harm has posted herself up at the far end, and you see Erik Collins walking out into the center. He bends over, and you just reach out with a finger and touch the red smear.
Yep.
Okay. You touch it, and it's slick and oily, burns the tip of your finger, and you need to make a body save.
Oof. Let's see. Sheesh.
So I just remind you,
Yes.
have a saved advantage roll.
Okay, can I use that?
So you could re-roll that body save once
Okay.
to see
All
if
right.
you.
I'm gonna try to say it. I'm gonna try to do that. And that's better.
Oh, there you go.
There you
Critical success. So you don't have that, Ace. You remember that you have one saved advantage roll. So Erik Collins, you bend over and you're on your maybe one knee, and you reach down and you feel that kind of slick. It's obviously wet, but
Mhm.
not necessarily new. It's got a little bit of thickness to it, like coagulation. It's not blood though. It feels oily and that kind of nature, like, you know, olive oil would feel, but it's just red. You feel tingling on your finger, like pinpricks. And then something else happens. You blink rapidly, like 3 or 4 times, and then the tingling like recedes from your fingertip.
I immediately like shake my head and I take out my canteen and like start trying to wash the gunk off my fingers, saying
Yeah.
that it like made me feel momentarily like, you know, unwell. I'm like, okay, just gotta get it off, you know, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, your fingertip is pale. Like even your capillary refill on the nail is non-existent. It's
Oh,
completely pale from the last digit, and almost like you've tourniqueted it for whatever reason. It stays that way as you wash off, and then slowly the finger pinks back up.
I point to Ace and Harm and I say, I don't think we should touch whatever this is. It's definitely harmful.
All right, no touching the blood goo. Got it.
Yes, agreed. How do you guys want to proceed?
Ace, you look down that central hallway, and it's just a straight down shaft. It's just that it goes steeply down. You know, you'd have to like hold, you know, put your hands on the wall so you don't slip in the stone, especially if it was wet. But you realize your boots would be no trouble getting down. But it's really steep drop, right? And your light goes down, and it doesn't really make an end. It just kind of fluffs out at the where it reaches its limit, like it's a beam of light that goes down and just poof opens up into space, and you realize that whatever is down there is a huge space that just swallows up your light, and you can't really see how it ends.
Okay, so knowing that there's no nothing hostile, at least presence at the moment, I kind of walk back to the group and like, okay, look, this is what I think. I think they're pulling something from there, and then you've discovered it's harmful, and they're bringing it over there. I don't think what's in there or where it's going is any of our concern. We're looking for a thing, and we need to get the hell out of here. So I think this is where we should go. What do you think?
Down
I kind
the
of look at
middle. And I peer over into the steep slope, and I'm like, okay, I'm following you too. I agree that we shouldn't go to where the goo is or where the goo came from.
And we'll just be like, okay, and I'm just kind of jovially singing like a mining song or something all the way down.
Nervously looking at the walls, maybe to see if you can find yourself in there again. So
being that it's steep, is there anything that we can kind of, I mean, do we have any rope or anything?
You don't really need rope.
Yeah.
It's just like going down a pretty steep canter, like you're back on your heels. It's not wet. And so you notice, if it was wet or rain or something, that
you would slide down,
you could lose your footing. But at the moment, you're not afraid of falling. You don't necessarily have to use a rope or anything. It's just the steepness of it, really.
Okay.
So Ace, Harm, and Erik Collins descend the middle archway, the steep darkness, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ace, you're in front?
Yeah.
So Ace, the descent is man-sized. Your head is maybe a fist or two above from the top. The walls are close. You descend down. Your light starts to gleam off the sides, and you realize there's some sort of black bioplastic that's covered it. It's gleaming, dark black, like as black as anything can be, and it has a sheen to it when your light hits it because it's got that kind of looks wet. Looks wet.
Yeah.
And it starts to cover the walls, this black bioplastic. You keep descending, and eventually the floor and the walls are covered by this black kind of bioplastic like material. Your feet kind of sink into it a little bit, maybe give you a little bit of grip, almost like it's rubber. You enter this huge room, and this slick black bioplastic growth is attached to all the walls. The room is this kind of big brown kind of cavern that's maybe 60 paces wide, and you're coming down like essentially one of the walls, as that tunnel flattens out. You can see that traces of that red liquid that Erik had touched is everywhere. It coats like every surface, and it kind of gleams off that black bioplastic rubbery surface. And attached to one wall is this like bladder that is probably 3 feet tall or 1 meter and maybe as wide as your chest. And it ends in this, as best it can be, as a spout, really, at the bottom. And the black bioplastic that forms this bladder and this spout is just dripping this red liquid onto the floor. And it's covered everywhere. You see a path or a tunnel opening on the far left, and then this tiny little hole on the right side. Everyone make a fear check.
We've dipped into H.R. Geiger world.
Yeah.
All right.
I get an advantage.
If you want to use it, or you can save it for something else. You're not going to make panic check. I'm just ramping up your stress level.
Yeah. I gotta hold on to that one.
Everyone probably freaks out a little bit. Like the black bioplastic is, you step on it, it's just spongy, and then you enter this room with this puddles of redness everywhere and on the walls, and like it's splattered everywhere. And this, who knows what this giant bladder is with this little proboscis at the bottom is. What the hell do you do?
I cover my mouth. Like, I don't think I have like a respirator. What is it? Does that like decaying leaf smell? Does that rotting, like bio rotting plant smell? Does that like increase? Is it heavier here?
I think so. I think the odor rises. Yeah. It doesn't emanate from anything specific, but you just smell it. Like you left vegetables to rot in your sink. That kind of smell.
Yeah, I definitely. I cover my mouth because like there's way more goo here. There's way more red stuff here, and I'm like, this is no good, guys.
Ace, you enter the room and see this probably first. You just keep walking in, or what happens when you take this into account?
I think the based off of how Erik described just touching this thing, he gets like the a moment where he's kind of like, should we turn around? He's usually pretty gung-ho about these kind of things, but this one actually gave him pause. and he's second guessing himself. He's kind of unsure right now.
Harm, you see Ace stutter a little bit. His resolve. That's infectious. You know, Marines know that kind of resolve, that kind of loss of confidence can just run through a unit just like that. It leads to mayhem and really bad things. What does Harm do as he's standing there and kind of probably sees this on Ace's face?
He kind of stutters a little bit too, but ends up looking down, like kind of like gripping on his like gun to like make sure he's and just like trying to like not show the fear as much, and kind of just looks down and like lifts up his boot and kind of just looks at the bottom of it and just like, what on earth could this be? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, Harm, you lift up your boot. It's kind of stringy, like the consistency of honey. And like comes up and then it kind of snaps back or falls away. Like it's definitely goo. You're like, as you enter this space and you see this tunnel to the left and this tiny little tunnel or opening to the right and this bladder with this proboscis or something hanging out of it. What does the company do?
Erik still hangs back, covering his mouth, like trying not to touch the walls or anything. Do we see? There's no movement.
Nope. Just the dripping.
And it's just the dripping, right?
Right.
All we see is dripping.
The bladder or whatever that thing is.
Okay, so I mean, I'm really gauging on how Erik is feeling, because if it's just the Marines, I'd be like, okay, we could probably try to time this thing and go it, but I can't really expect Erik to do something that, you know, military have kind of trained for in terms of like timing and going into danger. And the last thing we want to do is have to carry somebody. So I think I would kind of gauge of like, hey, look, if you stay with us, we could possibly, you know, move across it. And he's saying this as his voice is kind of trembling, you know, he's kind of like amped up, and he's not 100% sure, but like he kind of sees a pathway forward of like we can try to move from position to position in between the splashes, right? And we could try to do it that way. And then I offer as a backup, or if you're not feeling up to it, we could try the other two rooms.
I look to Harm basically, because Ace is always fairly confident. I see he's a little not confident. I look to Harm, who I know is dealing with something right now. I don't know what they're dealing with, but yeah, I look to Harm and see like how he's doing.
I'll just be like, honestly, as long as we stick together, we don't die. So
okay.
Like,
Erik takes his hand off his mouth because no one has, I guess, started dying yet just from breathing. So he's like, okay. He just nods and he's like, yeah, be whatever. I'm right behind you. Right behind you. Like I'm not.
Because you have no weapon, right?
Nope. I'm clutching my orb in my pocket, and I have my personal locators like flashing for no one that's paying attention, because we can't touch base with the ship.
Ace.
I wonder if we can go and like cut like a piece of that, but I don't know what it is.
You
I was
want
gonna
to
say
cut
like,
it? You
cut the fabric and then turn it into like an umbrella or something. I don't know.
I like that though.
There's a thought like at the edges, but you know, I don't know if in the moment there would be in the headspace for that.
Do we have? I stated that I touched the stuff. Do you guys have gloves?
I think it would be part of your kit if you wanted it.
Yeah.
I envision Erik take off a glove, like you're wearing. Okay. He's wearing a HAB or regular crew gear, and he's going out on the.
There would be standard issue gloves, I guess.
Right, maybe you took off your gloves and touched it, and you realized that.
I would think so, yeah, because we came into a very cold environment. Right.
So, That's reasonable.
Okay.
So you're in this space, Ace, and you're down here to find something to get credits to fix this darn ship that you are now co-captain of, that gives you an amount of freedom that is unheard of. Maybe that's pressing you on. Everyone's looking to you. You got this weirdness. You got this opening to your left and the smaller opening to your right. Where does Ace go? What does he do?
I don't think he'd be going into the smaller opening, given that this stuff is everywhere. I don't think he'd want to be crawling around or in a kind of crouching position should I get into that. So I think he would go for the larger opening and kind of timing the drips and like looking at the ceiling to be
Well,
like
so
moving.
let me
What?
rephrase
Okay.
what you actually see. The bladder is like on one wall, like
Oh,
attached to one wall. The walls themselves are covered in that black bioplastic, but against one wall is this huge bladder with like a proboscis or something hanging out the bottom that's dripping.
oh, okay. So it's only in that section. Okay.
Right.
In my mind, I had like the whole thing was like
No.
dripping.
It's just in this one little section that you see it's hanging there, like formed from this black bioplastic. The center of the room, although there's red stuff everywhere, is more of a smattering, like a splatter, like that sort of thing.
Okay.
The opening to the left and the smaller opening to the right, there's clear spaces. The black bioplastic covers everything, kind of feeds into those spaces, but you don't necessarily have these giant puddles you got to step through or, you know, that sort of thing.
Okay. That changes the thing. Okay. Yeah, I think I'd still go for the big entrance.
Ace leads you to the big entrance. Well, I got a cough drop. Ace leads you to the big entrance, and you enter this tunnel that's a little bit smaller than man size, maybe 5 feet or so. You got to hunch down a little bit. It's perfectly smooth, like glassy smooth on the walls, but you have to hunch down a little bit because it's not your size. It's a little bit smaller, a little bit wider though. And the black bioplastic kind of ends. It feeds in there and then it just tapers off a little bit, you know, fades away. And then you have this smooth rock, pale cream colored rock. And you follow that tunnel a little bit and you're standing at the opening to the archway as it leads out into this circular room. Ace, your body fills the space. Behind you is Harm, and behind him is Erik, and they don't see this yet, but you see this small ledge that the tunnel opens out, and this small ledge winds around this huge rim like a cavernous mouth has been embedded in the floor with rows of sharp teeth descending all the way down the sides into this black red gullet that almost has like a sphincter that opens and closes in the depths, and heat is rising up. It's probably now 102, 103 degrees from the bottom of that pit, and you are blocking everyone's sight from it because you're just leaning out to it as the lead person. And make a sanity check.
Not gonna happen. But okay. Yeah, it's a 17. It's not gonna happen.
Oh!
How is that? How is that, Ace? Like, you're literally looking down at this maw, this alien biological maw embedded in the bottom. That's the maw itself is wider than you are, and these pulsing sides of the teeth. And how does he keep it in check?
I'll say that during the escape from the previous planet, he stumbled upon like a book of encounters, in which he read about something similar in the wild, but not on this magnitude. So he's actually more fascinated at seeing something like this in real life than just having to have read about it.
Yeah, you're kind of there, blocking the exit. No one
Yeah.
can see around you. You hear this kind of gibbering slurping from the maw, this rhythmic kind of fluid song-like sound. You almost hear human voices and screams underneath it, unlike anything you've ever heard. And you really want to add your voice to it to just kind of step over the edge down towards that maw, but something inside you just makes you pause, and you maybe out of wonder of it, like you've seen this thing. You know behind you is Harm and Erik, and they haven't seen it yet.
So I kind of stay blocking. I'm like, you guys don't want to progress further.
What does
Trust
Harm
me on
say
this.
when he says that?
I guess I'll just be like, how do you want to proceed? Do you want to go back then?
I kind of like, I take a knee then and kind of like sort of surveil the surroundings. Is it literally just an edge into this cave?
Yeah, so
this
there's like an edge, a narrow walkway that's maybe a foot wide. Like you're gonna have to go heel to toe all the way around it, and there's an opening. Like at 11 o'clock, you're kind of coming in at 9 o'clock, and you look up this narrow ledge. If you fall over into that maw, it's joining with the song that it's singing, and you see an opening up at like 12 o'clock or 11:30.
Okay, so seeing that, I'd be like, listen to me. There is a really big creature down there. But there is a path. We can keep going down, but don't look down. In fact, just keep your eyes on me and just follow me.
Harm, you take orders?
At this point, I will, because my sanity is very much on the line. So I'm just going to stare at the back of his head and just like laser focus, just like not happening.
Right on, Ace's, shoulder blades, right in the middle, like no eyes, nowhere else. You're just going to follow him around.
It's like, this is not something I'm doing. Screw that.
What
It's
about
like this money better be worth it.
It really better be.
Erik? You hear Ace tell you, don't look, man, it's bad. And like there's some giant thing there. What does Erik comply? Does he like try to keep his eyes straight at?
I feel like he's got big old eyes, he's a looker. He's got to see what at least is going on. He's got this urge to at least find out, and I think it would be betraying the character if I didn't take a peek. He's a peeker.
So Ace, you lead out. I almost see Harm either battening down his weapon and keeping his eyes straight forward. You know how to do that, or even having one hand on you, because the ledge is narrow. Like
you're sidestepping, like
heel to toe. You could sidestep, but or you could sidestep with your face to the wall. But as you lead out, Ace, you lead him out around this narrow rim to the walkway that's at 11 o'clock. Erik Collins comes out, and he just can't not look.
I got to.
And Erik, you see the same thing. This small ledge tips down into this pulsating maw of giant teeth, and at the bottom there's this grinding mouth. You hear this slurping and rhythmic kind of fluid song. Human voices seem to be mixed with it, and screams, and it's colored by that beauty of human sound. Make a sanity check for me.
Here we go. Don't think that's good.
How does Erik react? I think, I would probably think you should make a panic check.
Okay. How do I?
I think you can go in your. You roll a 1d20.
Oh, okay. Because if you click stress, it opens up the panic. Is it panic?
Oh, okay.
Check?
Yeah. Right. So how does that manifest? How do you look down into this maw and hear this gibbering sound and feel that?
Like I hear the sound of the crew that I abandoned when I left in the escape pod. I feel like I see their faces, and when I blink, and I'm hearing like their whispered voices in this cacophony of human sound, and I just like, it's like when you look over top of a really tall building and that feeling of like I'm gonna fall in, so if I hit this button, does it add doomed to my?
It should. It may. We just.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
What doom means for the other players, if you can see it, is that any critical success for him now is a critical failure.
Yes. No.
And he has to heal that condition somehow, in some fashion. So as Ace, you lead them around. Harm is close to you, eyes peeled to your back. Erik Collins is behind you and has to look and sees his history, something he's perhaps trying to evade, but it just captures him. And you exit this tunnel in about 11 o'clock. You enter another tunnel, which is still small, smoothly round, sharply pitched. Maybe you slip a little bit on your toes, and you come to the archway. Ace, as you approach the archway, as your light illuminates its edge, you feel a faint humming, really. Maybe mechanical, that sort of thing, humming. You're maybe a few steps from the edge of the arch. What do you do as you approach the arch? Do you just walk through? What's Ace's plan after he leaves this area of terrible alien?
So it's describe it again. It's just an archway.
Right now, you're just like before the archway leading into the room. Mm-hmm. You can see the black kind of bioplastic has come out into the tunnel a little bit, and you can feel a humming.
Okay. So I kind of call to Erik. I'm like, Erik, take a look at this. I can feel something. Can you feel that? This archway is different. I think this archway is different from the other ones. I feel like it's possibly energized. Can you see if it's like harmful?
Erik steps forward, wiping the tears from his eyes, as to not show that he is suffering all this internal feeling of doom. And he goes, "Yes, let me see." I put my hand to the wall right before the black sheeny material
on the stone.
Yeah, does it feel similar to like any type of mechanical?
You just feel a vibration, like if you put your hand on the hull of a ship when it lit off shore drives or something that has spinning parts. That kind of vibration, okay. Erik, faint, high hertz, not slow, not grinding, but fine, a fine hertz vibration, like machinery.
Do we see any light other than our own?
No, your light goes out into the space. There's a little bit of glow. You approach the arch and look out.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so you kind of sidestep Ace, feeling on the walls. Maybe pull your hands back as the black bioplastic takes over the edge of the wall. You get to the edge of the archway, and it's hot. It's a cramped space full of odd black bioplastic machines and devices that seem medical in nature. That faint humming seems like residual from those kind of machines. You see like three large glass tanks that are 9 feet or 3 meters tall and a meter in circumference, containing that red viscous material that you see, and there seems to be things inside it you can't see from where you are, and there's faint stains of redness that continues through that path and around a small corner.
Does it look like the dragging that we've seen before, or is it just stains?
Yeah, it looks like that dragon came into that room and then ran around the corner, and the giant glass containers, the one on the end is broken, and there's glass everywhere and a big spill of that red viscous liquid.
And you said there's mechanical, something running. Do I see any movement? Are the machines? So the machines are stationary, but there's still something. They're still.
Yeah,
they're
like made of black plastic, or that black bioplastic lumps, and they look like a table in a row, and it's just weird. Like, it looks like machinery, but it's not machinery that you've ever seen before.
Gotcha. And do I see the source of the vibration?
You feel like it's coming from those machines that are on a bank along the one wall edge and leads out along the circular part of the room. Like, you can almost feel it. It's not coming from the big tanks or... Okay.
Yeah, that's where the power source is, I'm assuming. Not that I know how to operate it or do anything with it.
Okay.
But if I needed to stop something, maybe I could ask my Marine friends to work on that.
As you're there at the archway, maybe one step out, do you do anything else? Or what do you do?
I say, I basically communicate everything that I'm thinking to Harm and Ace. I say, it looks like there's some sort of medical machinery. I don't know what it does. There's the drag marks are here again. There's a broken vat of the red goo, and those machines, I think, are potentially could power these machines. Is there like any openings? Or
There is a archway leading out just directly across the room, like north-south, like you're coming in from the south, like there's another arch.
Past the drag marks to get to that archway?
Yeah, they transect the room, so you probably would cross them over like a 90-degree angle. Like it looks like it walked from 9 to 6, and you're walking from 6. If you wanted to cross it, you walk from like
12.
6 to 12. Yeah.
Got you. And I put all this out to Harm and Ace, and I say, how do you guys want to handle this?
I don't think we have any other way we can handle it.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not going back. Yeah, Erik says I'm not going back in that room.
All right, we don't know what this thing's gonna do, but be on your toes and look at Harm watching you.
Yes, I'm gonna be on my hands instead.
Hey, that's a good one. I like that. I think it's the first joke you cracked all day.
Erik Collins, you're maybe halfway blocking the exit, talking back at Ace and Harm. What do you do as you come to terms and you're going to enter the room?
I assume my position behind. I squeeze
Okay.
between.
You let them walk out then.
Yes. I
Okay.
see my position.
Ace and Harm, you come out geared up and ready as Marines. You exit the archway. Erik Collins stands to one side. The room is kind of oblong, or like an oblong kind of ellipse. You see these 3 giant glass containers that are like 9 feet, 3 meters tall, with this viscous red liquid in it. Over the top, they're like giant test tubes, but over the top there's that black bioplastic, like a cover or a stopper, and the one on the end has been ruptured and glass is everywhere, and that red goo is dripping down the side. You see drag marks, or that smear, coming into the room and then going around a small bend, like a corner, an alcove around the other side. What does Ace do as he enters and Harm is right behind him?
Again, I don't think we want to go in the direction of where the drag marks are going. You said there's another entryway across the way, right?
Yeah, right across the hall. Like if you could go straight up north.
Yeah. I think that's what we want. I think that's what Ace wants to do. It's just
Okay.
straight across.
So you go towards the north archway, or the exit of this room directly.
Yeah.
Harm, Ace leads in. Erik Collins sticks behind. And what does Harm do as Ace transects the room towards the north exit?
Herm will follow, but all the while, quickly scanning the room before, leaving.
Okay. You step into the room, scan, because Ace is on a beeline towards the north exit, and you hear a slithering, thickness, or some sort of movement to your right from where the broken glass cylinder was. It's getting slightly louder, and you hear a little crunching.
Yeah, I'll just keep going forward at that point.
You're just gonna ignore it? Okay.
It's
gonna get on Erik.
The stakes right now, dude. Not
I
happening.
mean, if I was seeing things and I started hearing things, it's like, oh, pick one.
I'm picking my battles here. Seeing things is it for now. Let's be honest.
So you button down, but don't say anything, and you make moves to catch up to Ace. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. Erik Collins, you're in the back. Ace has made the archway, maybe 1 or 2 steps inside. You see Harm pick up his pace. He looks left and looks right and looks right again, and then you just see him probably grip his weapon and move a little bit quicker, a little bit brighter step towards Ace. What does Erik do?
Erik runs. Erik is sprinting.
So make a speed check. Make a speed check.
Are we walking through the goo?
You're walking across the path, but there's not really like
Not the big puddle.
there's
though.
not puddles. Yeah, that's the smearing or the broken container is, to your left.
Okay.
Erik Collins, you get jittery. You see harm move, and you just move too quickly, too fast, and you start to run across that floor and wipe it. Like you just lose your feet, maybe stumble over it, clatter to the ground. Right in the center, probably in the center to the room. Maybe you're trying to miss the smear or something, but you
Trying
just
to,
lost.
leap over it, feet tangled up.
And you hit the ground with this huge clatter. You land, hands down, face first. Your chin may bounce off the floor a little bit, and you are there flat on the ground, and you look right. And as you look right, flat on your belly, you see these 4 or 5 or 6 huge, thick tentacles come from around the edge. They feed into the bottom that was holding up those glass containers, and then it slides out from the alcove. It rises up like you ever seen the underside of a horseshoe crab with those small multi-jointed little feet. Well,
but I can imagine.
It has these 8 or 9 huge thick tentacles. It's white with black serrated suckers on these, and it rises itself up on these little jointed feet that's underneath the center of it. So it's standing up probably 7 or 8 feet tall, and you see it as you're lying flat on your face. This is what you see.
Oh, great. Erik lets out a warbling scream. It starts low, it starts light, and it just rises in pitch.
All right. What I'm going to do is put it on the thing, and the way Mothership, if I remember correctly, because obviously this is my first combat too. The way Mothership does combat is you do speed checks, and you roll speed checks every round, and you go by your speed checks. So what I would have you do is each of you roll speed checks.
Any flat?
Yep, unless you want to. Oh my goodness, it rolled a 0.
Is that good for us?
A critical
Got
success.
doomed, right?
It's just like,
oh wait, that's our guy.
filters into the doom.
Oh.
It got critical success. So you don't take if you took right. So we just did speed check, so it should be fine. Everyone actually got a success, and Erik Collins actually that actually fits. So the entity got a critical success, and Erik Collins, because of your doom nature, you got a critical failure with a double 11, which goes. So the way it will go is the Tentacled Alien, Harm, Ace Delacruz, and Erik Collins is last. Erik Collins, you're on the ground, chest down, cheek almost to the ground. You turn your head right, and you see this thing rise up on these multi-jointed legs underneath it, and these huge tentacles on the side. It rises up on these chitinous, smaller limbs underneath it to a height of 6-7 feet to 2.5 meters, and then it just moves with speed that you blink, and you probably start blinking rapidly all of a sudden, and it moves, and it's just there on top of you. Its tentacles all around you, and it lashes out with these huge serrated serpentine tentacles. Oh!
Oh, nice.
Oof, okay.
Somehow,
Hanging on by the seat of your pants.
the way it looks, Eric, is you are probably flat and you roll over a little bit, and it's right above you. You can see these little legs that are grasping, but they're just not long enough, and it lashes out with these huge serrated tentacles, and it's just slapping against the ground. And somehow, perhaps thinking you would move, because anything would move from it, but you don't. You're just
Froze up?
frozen there on the ground, and it misses because it's expecting you to run as any predator would, but you just freeze, and it misses you completely. Harm, you're just probably at the arch. You hear this high-pitched warbling scream from Erik Collins. You look back, you see him hit the ground, or you hear him hit the ground, and then he screams, and you see him looking up, and then this thing is rising up over him. You can barely see him now. His legs are like sticking out from underneath it. What does Harm do?
Harm. I'm trying to think of what Harm would do, because realistically he'd be a dumbass. But let me just.
You could do anything you
I
want.
have a question.
Uh-huh.
Since I did took wilderness survival as a skill, would I somehow be able to attempt to? I know this is like a long shot, but attempt to get it to distract it or have it move so it gets away
Good.
from Erik.
You could use wilderness survival and attempt to gain its
Draw it
attention.
away.
Yeah, gain its attention. Any way you would think. Maybe you think it's a predator. Maybe if you move quickly. Maybe if you move around it in front of it. And so you could draw it off, Erik, for the next round and get its attention. You would just make probably a speed check with wilderness survival.
Okay. So
And
I'm gonna.
because of its critical failure on its attack, I would probably give you advantage.
Okay, so you said speed with
Right? So if you click,
wilderness survival and
Mhm.
advantage.
yeah, so you click speed,
Okay.
then wilderness, and then hit the advantage button.
Okay.
Yeah. You
Nice.
move. How does that look? It just beelines at you. You just capture it. Chwing, just sees you, Harm, and sees nothing else. What does she do?
So Harm basically, where there's another exit, right?
The one you just came in?
Or
There's only two.
oh,
The one
there's
you're,
only two.
yeah.
Is there somewhere I could run to and then quickly run back to the exit
Or,
that I'm
juke it?
currently in? Or somehow run to something and try to distract it while
could-
Erik
So let's say there's a space between the wall and those big containers. You could run into that space and draw it into that back wall and try to loop around and out.
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
Okay. The only risk is if it succeeds at its speed over you, then it catches you next round. If you act first, you're gonna get around that side and maybe out. So you run between that space, making noise, or just moving quickly, and it latches onto you and starts to move off of Erik Collins to follow. Ace, you turn around just as Harm bolts, and you see Erik Collins on the ground, and this huge shape, octopus-like, move off him and start to give chase to Harm. What does Ace do?
I'm gonna zero in on the monster, and I'm gonna open fire.
Okay.
Hopefully hit it.
So I think you could just right-click and target, and you should be able to just hit your weapon. It should auto-roll.
Right click. It's not.
Right-click on the... Yeah, there you go. There.
Target.
Yeah, okay.
Click on my weapon. Military training. Can I use my advantage?
Yeah, you can use your advantage. You can use it whenever you want to spend it.
Might as well make it work. Hopefully I hit it.
Ooh. So you do 14 points of damage. Okay. You riddle it. What does it look like when you do 14 points of damage?
So it's basically a rifle. It's a single shot. So
okay.
I kind of used the wall, and like I brace it against my arm and the wall, and I kind of just see Harm running, and I anticipate where it's based off its speed. Anticipate where it's gonna be going, and I just pull the trigger and just let it fly.
Yeah, it moves so quickly after Harm. The bullet goes right through it, but it doesn't even hitch its step. You see a little bit of red ichor spurt out and run down the side of it, but it's just a flash, Ace, before it's past you and after Harm. Erik Collins, you're on your back on the ground. This thing was just over you and somehow missed. You look up and you see Harm run behind this wall or the group of containers, and it drags the alien towards her. Ace gives a shot. You hear it echo throughout throughout the room, but the alien is fast on Harm's track, and you're laying there all of a sudden, all by yourself, looking probably at Ace in the archway. What does Erik Collins do?
I'm going to get up and try to break into a sprint, but slower than before, to get behind Ace.
Okay.
And see what I can see from there.
Right. So you enter the archway, get past Ace, as a teamster without weapon, wearing no armor, and you regain your feet. Ace is still probably posted up against the archway wall. You briefly see Harm running, maybe making a turn around that broken container at the end with this tentacled monstrosity following him, and we go to round 2. Everyone roll a speed check.
Not good. Not good, y'all.
Well, Harm made his speed check. That was the most important speed check, because if Harm was greater than the tentacled alien would have caught him. So it goes Erik Collins, Harm, the tentacled alien, and Ace Delacruz. Harm, you're running. You running down the back wall of these tall glass containers. As you're running past them, maybe glancing over behind your shoulder, You catch a look in one of those containers, and you see a human form in it, arms and legs shrunken down, the skin kind of wrinkled and mottled in this red fluid. What do you do?
So, seeing this, like, shrunken, like, creature, humanoid-like thing, I'll probably, like, try and scramble towards it. Like,
Well, it's in the
it's in the thing. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
As you're running down, you run past 3 giant containers.
Okay.
Inside the containers are humans.
They're inside.
Right. Inside the
Okay,
container.
I'll probably try and like keep like running and like tell the other two about them later when
Okay.
we're not about to die.
So you're trying to run around back towards Ace and make it to the archway without being caught. Roll a speed check with athletics, and I would probably give you advantage because you're the alien's last roll, and you made your speed check this time. Okay. You roll around the edge, come running back to Ace. What do you do as you see Ace in the archway? You're going to run past him towards Erik Collins. What happens in that moment? Behind you, Ace can see the thing slithering and pulling itself rapidly across the floor towards you, but Harm, you're much faster than it is. You somehow make it close to Ace. What do you do?
How like far away is Erik from the archway?
Eric's posted up right on the edge of the archway. That's the way I see him.
That's where Ace.
Oh,
I think-
Eric. Yeah, Erik is.
Erik.
How far are you, Erik, in the archway? Have you?
I am like 6 feet back from Ace.
Okay.
Like I'm not right up on the ship.
Okay, so Erik is in the archway already. So
Yes.
I'll probably go into the archway as well, if
Okay.
possible.
Run
Like,
past Ace.
Run past Ace, just like shoot, like raise her ass. Like,
Shoot it!
I did.
Wile E. Coyote
I already
shit
shot it
right
once.
Okay. Harm, you come running around. You fly past Ace, and I think I have to look at the numbers again. Erik Collins, you see Harm enter the archway with you, the tunnel, yelling at Ace. Perhaps she jumps into the tunnel, between you and Ace. What do you do in this moment? You're 6 feet away from the edge. You can hear it coming. Ace is still posted up against the rim edge.
I don't have anything. I'm trying to think. Oh, okay. I tell Ace. I say, shoot the generators. Maybe they'll explode. I point. I yell. I give him instruction. Whatever wall the machines are up against, if he has a clear shot, take it. Maybe it'll do something.
Okay. Ace, you're on the edge. Harm comes running past you. The alien in hot pursuit. Erik Collins is yelling at you to shoot the bioplastic machines or something, maybe to slow it down. But it's there. It's there in the archway. It puts 2 or 3 or 4 tentacles on either side. You're tucked in right in the center and on the edge, and you just see the center of it with these chitinous small arms reaching out to grab you and put the pinchers in you and throw a big tentacle and drag you into the center. as you're standing there, and it attempts to envelop you. It crushes down on one side of you with a serrated tentacle with these kind of barbed suckers. It's bright white. It's got a rivet of red coming down where you shot it, and it just rakes across you and almost bashes you into one side of the side of the archway, tearing off most and crushing your armor. So what happens when you get hit is you lose your armor. Your armor soaks up the first 7 points. And so you only take 4 points of health damage. But now your armor is in op until it is repaired and provides no further protection. As you're standing there and it batters you, what do? Harm is behind you, and Erik Collins is yelling, but now it's covering the whole, really, this tentacled monstrosity.
Okay, having taken a serrated tentacle, I turn to the other side, like, fucking run! And I run through the freaking archway.
You're gonna run.
My gun is not good up close. I take a disadvantage.
Oh yeah, because you have extreme range.
Yeah.
So you yell run and are gonna run.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing, Ace. You can run. You can press by Harm and Erik. You have mobility as they're stuck kind of at the end. Do you run past them or you stay in position?
What would Ace do? I think they're all behind the archway, right?
Yeah, you're there at the archway, like battered into the side. The tentacle kind of rakes across you as it's putting tentacles into the archway itself, and it's going to pull itself through.
Can I push them like towards away as I'm running instead of just like running past them?
You want to push Erik Collins and Harm in front
just
of you.
to like get them going.
Sure.
As I get past the archway.
I'd let you do that. You use your momentum to essentially push them up the tunnel as it starts coming through the archway after you take that hit, and you push them up, Harm and Erik Collins, upwards throughout the tunnel. You go up the tunnel as you hear it coming behind you, and up through the tunnel you exit that kind of archway you had been looking down, that Harm and looked down, the archway without the glow on the far side. You exit into the main chamber with it right behind you, and everyone roll a speed check to see who goes.
No.
Critical failure. Okay. So Erik Collins, then Harm, and then the Tentacled Alien as Ace Dela Cruz gets hung up on his feet. Erik, as you're pushed up this tunnel and you make it to that chamber that you had been in before, you probably hear Ace stumble. and fall behind you, crashing loud. Harm is right behind you. The tunnel is small. You exit into that first opening that you would climb down the stairwell for. You look up and you see the mural above you, and you just see it's changed, and there's people in the center surrounded by these alien tentacled things in the ceiling above you. As you break free into the space, what does Erik Collins do?
He does he see Harm behind him?
Yeah, you could probably hear her running behind
Okay.
him, running behind you.
Okay, and but I hear Ace basically fall. I run into he's in full just escape mode. He runs into, so you said we broke back into the past the entryway with the three tunnels, right?
Right, so you're in that main room,
Okay.
and you had those 3 openings,
I'm
and
gonna
this
go into the one.
stairwell that you had come down from originally.
I'm gonna curve back and I'm gonna run into the one that had the drag marks going into the left. So we went down the middle,
Right, okay,
and then we came out of the left one, right?
all right.
So I'm gonna run into the right.
So you run into the archway that's bleeding red, this red,
Yes, the pulsating red one.
slow pulsating. You run across the cavern floor, past the smeared redness, into that red
And
archway.
I want to duck into that archway, and as soon as I see Harm, I'm gonna tell him, like, come on this way, and maybe we can trick the thing.
Yeah, I think Harm is close behind you.
Yeah.
He hears Ace hit the deck and scrabble, maybe fall on his knees behind him, and exits the archway into that main cavern. Harm can see Erik race across the floor to the archway that's ebbing red light. What does Harm do as you break free?
I'm probably gonna follow Erik, see what we could do.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but I am under a typhoon right now and a heavy thunderstorm.
Okay.
So I might lose internet again.
Okay. We'll see how it goes, because it is 11 o'clock. Usually I try 3 hours, but so Harm, you turn around and Ace is on his knees because he's fallen down as he tried to push you. Past him, past the middle height of him, you see tentacles roll over the roof and past him on the sides, and the head of it come looming over Ace. What does Harm do?
I don't know how well this is gonna work. So I'm gonna I don't know if that's gonna work because it doesn't say if I have any ammo or not. So
You mean for your weapon?
yeah.
Yeah, you have ammo. I would feel that you're full kitted out, so.
I don't know how to.
So you can hover over him and
it's not like me.
It's a T to target.
yeah, hover and put T, and then you can click
Yeah,
on.
no, it's just not letting me target it for some reason. So.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. Normally it works.
Do you want me to do it? Yeah, see if you refresh, or I could do it for you. Roll off your character sheet.
Oh, sad.
Yeah, I'm refreshing
you-
it now, so we'll.
Can you right click on it and use the can you click on it? So on the left, there's that little token control, the little people at the very top. You can click and
Okay,
select it and
it's
use
letting me do it now.
Yeah.
It's letting me do it now. I just needed to refresh it. I'm assuming I can add military training to that.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to do that.
14 points. Okay, so you lay off your submachine gun. What does that look like? What happens when you do that?
So what happens is it kind of like just looks, I don't know how to describe it really. It's just like, it doesn't look like much like of anything special really. It just kind of looks like, but like it kind of like warps, like the air kind of warps around the bullet like as it like goes towards the
Sure.
monster. Like it kind of just like, you could like kind of see it, but like it's going quickly, so you have to like really look to see it.
Ace, his head's up, like he's on his knees trying to rise, and in the archway, the light of the archway, Ace, your light picks out Harm as she rolls over a submachine gun and pulls the trigger, and you just hear it over your head as it hits the thing and splatters red onto your broken armor. As it's looming over the top of you, it takes one of its serrated tentacles and just tries to bury you under it, slapping down at you on your knees. And I will make that attack.
Not good, guys.
Oh no.
So what happens is you take a total of 12. What you do is you take 1 wound, and then you reset your health, and you take 4 more. So you go like to 10, like it rolls over a little bit. So you take 1 wound and you set your health to 10, and then you roll blunt force trauma for the wounds effect.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Harm, you're standing there as you lay off on your submachine gun, and this huge tentacle, as the bullets fly through and rips off part of the alien, this huge serrated tentacle just lands right atop of Ace, almost crushing him down. You see his head kind of snap a little bit, and knock him to the ground, crashes his head into the stone floor. You see blood probably coming out of one ear and his nose, and he looks at you a little bit dazed. Ace, you're on the ground, really. Your head is just, the headache hasn't come yet, but you're coughing because you're bleeding out of one ear. You're ringing. You can't really hear out of the right side. And roll 1d10 for me. 3 rounds.
Not good.
Ace, what do you do as you're on the ground there underneath the thing? It's hovering, it's raised up like it fills the kind of space above you.
I think I would pull up as it's above me.
Okay.
I think he realized that this is pretty much the end for him. He's like, if I'm pulling down, I'm taking you with me, or at least I'm trying. And I think he's gonna try his best to fire.
Yeah, now let me look at one thing. Equipment. They don't have K-bar knives or anything. Sure, go ahead and fire. You're underneath it. I think you're so close to it, Ace, that I wouldn't take disadvantage. Like you're just shoving your rifle into it and pulling the trigger. Like it's right there. So I think it, you know, I would almost give you an advantage because all you're doing is laying it up against it and firing, even though it's a long weapon. It's that sort of thing. So I'd give you advantage at your shot.
Okay. Good luck, guys.
Whoa!
Wow.
So,
sheesh.
yeah, that's what a critical success.
If it's
would
not
look
dead,
like.
I mean, I don't know.
So, yeah, you do put it down, Ace. So, what does that look like? As Harm is there, thinking that all is lost, like Ace is done for. What does it look like?
So I just see kind of like the monster, like, you know, rearing over me, like coming down upon me, and you see Ace is kind of like bleeding from his nose, both his nose, blood running down the sides of his ears, you know, gash on his face from where he got smacked, and he's just screaming, you know, bloody murder at him. He's like, "Fuck you!" and he just jams his freaking gun and just blast.
You take your long weapon, it just shoots right through the center of it. Like there's nowhere to put it. It's so close to you that you just put it up there and pull the trigger. Harm is there, and the top of its head just
Oof.
and rains down this blood red liquid all around you, and it shudders and probably hits the wall above you and then collapses down and spasms a little bit. Ace, what do you do? What do you and Harm do?
I think the first thing I'm gonna do is like, well, I guess it fucked off. We could try to find my stim pack because I'm about to hit like overdose on those things.
Right. So this is round one. You got 3 rounds before your death save. We'll go to round one. Erik Collins, you're in this archway of ebbing red. You looking back towards Harm, and he just stops. And
I yell to Harm. I say, "Is he dead?" Not being specific.
I'll yell back, "Not yet," as I like kind of head towards Ace to like maybe like attempt to help.
sure, I would let you roll intellect plus your skill of military training to at least provide first aid and perhaps allow Ace not to need to make a death save.
Okay, you said intellect and military, correct?
Right.
Okay, let's see how that goes. Give it a minute.
Oh,
I can see the 90.
Again, no one said I was smart. I'm sorry.
I see her like holding a knife close to my face. Like, whoa, what are you gonna do with that? Put that away.
Attempting to stabilize your head, just accidentally
tried to
almost
say-
break it instead.
Gotta relieve some pressure from his head wound.
right. You
But, like,
probably grab it, almost make it worse. God, that good luck that wasn't a critical failure.
yeah.
You feel a little step off in his temporal bone. He's got blood coming out of his nose and his right ear, and Harm grabs you. When he grabs you, Ace, he just makes it worse. Like the pain just pounds in your head. Erik, you see Harm disappear into the tunnel.
Yeah.
And Ace, what do you do?
I'm gonna see if I can try to stabilize myself.
Okay. How are you going to do that? So I would rule that a stim pack would work within the dangers of the stim pack, because that would be your third dose.
Yeah.
Or you could use the same thing, military training plus intellect, to see if you could stabilize yourself or make it a little bit less deadly.
You'll
I think in
probably
this,
do a little
in
bit
his
better than I
mindset,
did.
especially being a cracked skull, as it were, I think the only thing that he is capable of doing right now is stabbing himself with drugs.
Okay.
So that's what he's gonna do.
All right. So that's your third use, right?
No,
Okay.
my second use.
Okay. So you regain 1d10, which doesn't get rid of your wounds. It just would increase your health and not make you die.
Well, that's appropriate.
Right. So you gain 1 health. You still have 2 wounds. You get advantage on all rolls for the next 10 minutes. And you must roll a 1d. Is it 1d10 or 1d20? Darn it.
I think it's 1d10.
1d10 for the stim pack. Roll 2 or greater.
1d10.
Oh man.
So what we're do is we're ended there for today.
Okay.
Because it's 11:15 and I try to stay on 3 hours. Ace is crumpled down in the archway of the tunnel, or the tunnel itself, with Harm looking over him, and Erik is in the other side of the cavern, just inside the archway that's pulsing red light, after they have an event with an alien and in some sort of laboratory or some sort of thing that they found past a giant cavernous maw. Hopefully you had all fun today. I did have a lot of fun for
That
a
was
first
great.
session for
It's great.
Mothership. We can go around and you can say what you like, what you didn't like. You don't have to. I don't like to put anyone under pressure. First, I would like to apologize for Echo because I frequently use the wrong pronoun for your character. Or get better. But I did that on occasion, and every time I did it, I was like, damn it. But I try to remember. I try to use the character's first name, but sometimes I don't. I did have a lot of fun. I liked how you all role played, because it's a lot of role play in Mothership, and you have to kind of buy into that horror aspect. But I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought the interactions were fun. I put you on the spot a lot when I ask you questions you don't expect, and have you come up with answers that, I don't prep you for, like your interactions or your history and why do they do that and what happens. And you all came up with fantastic answers in RP, and I had a lot of fun with you doing that.